Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen. Happy to be here this Sunday evening, mid-January, checking in with the folks at home. Looking forward to discussing all the exciting stuff that's going on this week. I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks for being here with us today.
Okay, great. Yeah, exciting week. So I have quite a few things to share. So let me just do that right away to get them off my desktop. So I assume we'll be talking again quite a bit about ChatGPT. So this was in this week's Times of Israel about can ChatGPT replace rabbis and halakha decisors, which it was an interesting subject because to some extent they might be able to, I mean, practically that people would unlikely seek their advice from.
Could you see like a council sort of bringing it in and like a tiebreaker almost type of thing? Like a not unbiased, but like a third party kind of less biased judge type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it became objective, like some sort of objectivity about what's the best advice and can you get better advice from a computer than a person. And same thing, like similar to medical advice, where you might, God forbid, if you have a ailment and type it into the computer to see what the computer recommends versus seeking a doctor. And it'd be the same for a rabbi. So, they just did some basic tests on writing sermons or making legalistic decisions. And, so we'll get into this topic more. I just thought I'd share the popular article. I didn't watch these. I probably won't. These are 3 years ago. I'll talk more about me trying to get back into writing, but I was looking into panpsychism, and this was like panpsychism from a Christian perspective. They said panpsychism is somewhat of a neutral philosophy. I mean, neutral, but that you could be a Jewish, Christian, Islamic, atheistic, theistic, panpsychism, depending on how the words are defined. That just mind or spirit is everywhere. So
I
here
just
was
keep thinking back to Spinoza, and how he like wasn't allowed kind of to be a pantheist, and I sort of wonder where that changed.
Well, he was a pantheist, not a panpsychic. So pantheism is different than panpsychism. I mean, at least as a
Yeah,
school.
that's true.
So I'm just saying that that this concept that consciousness is everywhere is to some extent actually well accepted by everybody but materialist. And some spiritual schools like, no, consciousness is only found in the human soul or only found in maybe animal souls or relational, versus saying there's some element of consciousness pervading everything. And then even that term panpsychism is hard to define. We're saying that um, there's schools of panpsychism and basically all other philosophical schools. Pantheism or panentheism, you might also say there's schools of pantheism within all other schools, but that
There's kind of
has,
an issue because it's like, how is a person who believes that consciousness comes from brains going to make sense of something like panpsychism?
well, the only people who oppose panpsychism generally are materialists who believe that consciousness arises from the material brain. So even if you believe that, so Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, any person who believes in a soul is much more likely to believe in panpsychism than a materialist who believes it arises from the brain. Although there are competing schools, and that's what maybe we'll talk about it more, of whether dualism is what's the differentiation between panpsychism and dualism, or a dualistic approach of panpsychism versus a monistic approach of panpsychism. And if you say pantheism, that pantheism is heresy because it's an opposition to dualism, and pantheism was the slippery slope to materialism. Um, you verse some form of, like, you could be a monistic pantheist, or so. I mean, these things are, the terms are vague and complication, but so I'm not going to watch these, but I see this guy. He interviewed John Vervaeke, who I guess is all over the place. Maybe he was even on. Is he the one who was on Jordan Peterson this week?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he is actually the one who was on Jordan Peterson this week. The Jungian psychologist. So that's a few years ago. Oh, because I mentioned this a few weeks ago. Um, Jackson Hole, um, uh, Corbett's Couloir, and their annual competition is coming up in a few weeks. So there was last year's competition, from the official Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. So in a few weeks, you'll see their annual Courbet's Couloir international competition, and best skiers in the world gather there. Um, so I have, let me share some other stuff first, and maybe we'll go through these slides. Um, so here, I'm sure this guy, Rabbi Doovid Gottlieb, was my rabbi when I first went to Israel. He was a professor of mathematical logic at John Hopkins and became a born again Jew rabbi, Kirov, trying to turn American Jews into born again Jews. And he's still around, still giving classes, and mostly to introductory American college students. And here he was critiquing psychology, the science of psychology, and the question of, the axiom of psychology, talking about the problem of replicability and terminology, accepted terminology. He's kind of making fun of the term mental illness, where now people are like, well, mental illness isn't really an illness, but then why is it called mental illness? And the differentiators, there's the difficulty of definitions. So God forbid, the ADL new survey from this COE Center on Extremism, anti-Semitism is vastly increasing from like the levels from before of like their 11 statements that are considered anti-Semitic tropes, and the amount of people that say yes on them has drastically increased just over the last year. God forbid, some interesting data about young adults, where it used to be that anti-Semitism was more likely among older adults than younger adults, but now you're finding an actually increase in anti-Semitism among younger adults, God forbid. This was in relation to Jennifer's paper last week. Just a comment real quick on Jennifer's question in the chat. What will ChatGPT replace first? And
that was just meant to be like a conversation piece throughout the entire show, and like a
I would just say that it'll replace first things that you have to pay for. So, a certain level, the reason why people Google, my dad actually has a coffee mug that says, "Don't confuse your Google search with my medical degree." But why would someone use a Google search as opposed to a medical degree?
Did your
Because
dad
doctors are
said
really.
that?
My dad has a mug, coffee cup, that has on the side of it, "Don't confuse your Google search with
Okay,
my
I got it.
medical
That's
degree."
Funny. Okay, good one.
And I'm sure he gets patients every day who tell him what they found on their Google search. But the reason why doctors are expensive, and you can't really even speak to a doctor without paying. Like generally, you can't even get past the door to speak to a doctor without paying. And God forbid, if you make it to the emergency room, like you're going to pay before you get to a doctor. You're going to have to sign your name and willingness to pay a huge bill. um, and you can't really just like call your friendly doctor for a consultation. Sometimes, really at any level, so that it will most likely replace things that would be economically replaceable due to financial concerns that just from the nature of economics. They're saying what does there's another question of what would chat GPT most likely be the best, what could it reasonably replace, what does it do better than humans, versus to say what do humans charge a lot of money for that chat GPT could do at a cheaper price. So I would assume that there'll be some level of, okay, well, chat GPT, like the rabbi will, maybe objectively you actually get better advice, better service, better writing from chat GPT than a human. But then there'll be the price comparison, versus things, well, this I definitely pay for, things where people know that if they want this service they have to pay for, and if they could get the service for free or cheaper, that would probably be a more um, imminent concern. And also, Chat GPT will probably be monetized. Even immediately, they're considering, you know, getting rid of the free service, or increasing the price. So if you had to pay for Chat GPT, then the question, well, what am I getting out of it, versus, some sort of economic analysis of, um, but we discussed that more. But related to what Jennifer's article on panpsychism. Did you call it process relation? Process, what would you call it? Process?
Like, honestly, it's an evolving, like, the particular terms are definitely evolving, but at the time, yeah, I was going with a process materialist panpsychism. So basically panpsychism, but it was a specific type of panpsychism where we're dealing just with materialism, and the whole thing, like the quality or whatever, the property of the system is that everything is understood in terms of processes.
When you say that actually Chat GPT gave you the process word, or you chose the word?
I chose the word. I'm familiar with the Whitehead, haven't read, but apparently he talked about process philosophy. But no, it was from having contemplated the being versus becoming dichotomy in conjunction with the notion of making boundaries a metaphysical and axiomatic primitive of some sort. So,
Even general
uh,
process
because
philosophy.
there is no being, because there's no like solid fixed structure, it's just becoming, and then there's an appearance of being. So that's what I was saying, like, it's a process philosophy because there's no fixed identities that can be actually achieved, but there's a process of achievement. So it's sort of hard to explain, but yeah, it all reduces down to a process. Everything can be understood as a process, but
And some,
it's not a type of philosophy. I'm not like patterning this after what Whitehead said. I've not read Whitehead. I just, maybe he came up with something great. I'm just saying, like, all the ancient stuff is process oriented, and this stuff shouldn't not be process oriented because, trad.
okay, well, this is a famous book by Alfred North Whitehead, who wrote Principia Mathematica with Bertrand Russell on process and reality. And just read process philosophy. Um, Also, ontology of becoming, or processism, is the approach to philosophy that identifies processes, change, or shifting relationship as the only true elements of the ordinary everyday world, in opposition to the classical view of change as illusory or accidental. Process philosophy posits the transient occasions of change or becoming as the only fundamental thing of the ordinary everyday world. And people relate that to like Buddhism, that Bergson. I'm not sure if it's so much like a ancient Greek type thing. Um, Also, Leibniz monology. Aristotle, the actual entities were substances, such as Socrates
I
and
think you could argue the Elenchus itself is a process philosophy because it can't be iterated as a method.
The what? The
The
Elenchus?
Elenchus, yeah, the Socratic method, so-called, you could argue that that is a process.
Well, it's a process, but it's not necessarily part of process theology. I mean, it's a method towards
We're
getting
not
at
talking
the
about
truth.
process theology, we're talking about process philosophy, and I would agree that it doesn't identify itself as such, but you could argue that structurally the Socratic method does, you could, identify it as a process because it can't be described as a method.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of, I mean, it relates to Leibniz's monology and what is an entity, and if entities are in change and in flux, then how are they considered entities? You say that the the only thing that you could really call an entity that's not in change is in flux is the relationship between entities or the process of that. Um,
Oh
but if
no,
anything,
that's in flux as well. The argument is that you impose synthetic, non-existent property relational categories of entities in
you're
order
saying the
to
argument or your argument. If you don't
my
have any
argument.
scholarship on the issue,
The
you're just
argument
saying,
and how this problem is approached in my philosophy. We won't jump ahead to that. We'll just keep going with what you're saying here.
yeah, I mean that differentiates scholarship in your thoughts. So I mean, Jennifer mentioned the words. I was just trying to add some scholarship on it. We'll separate that from Jennifer's thought because they're probably different than the historical scholarship of process philosophy. So if anyone, um, Whitehead, this
Yeah, like the
term,
important thing to mention is that not all process philosophies are equal. So just because something's a process philosophy doesn't mean that it's going to be in any way similar to other process philosophy. Like it's not, just a done and dusted thing to say, oh, it's process philosophy and that's it. No, it's a pretty deep meaning that
yes,
has a
there's an
lot of
important
subtlety.
thing.
So
I actually read
that's
up a
why I
little
said,
bit
like, I
on.
haven't read Whitehead. I don't know what he said, but I'm going with the standard process philosophy that comes from the six philosophies, Shah Darshan, Ayurveda. I'm not going away from that in terms of my process philosophy.
Well, if you're using a Western terminology for something that doesn't
It's called a translation. And I'm
doesn't
saying off the bat, it doesn't translate, but here's the best I can do, okay? We've already been over this.
yes, I mean it's probably problematic then. So if you don't necessarily mean, um,
Yeah, and you brought that up with regards to panpsychism not being self-evidently compatible with non-dualism last week, and I take the points. That's fine. I haven't
and
figured out what I'm
most
going to do about it,
likely
but I'm taking it under consideration what you said.
most likely also, um, the process relation.
That's my own term. So when I'm saying process
It's not your
relation,
own term.
okay.
So, I mean, you might have used it for the first time without realizing that it's a philosophical term that goes back in the Western canon.
Okay.
And
Are you going
so,
to tell us what it means?
well, it's probably too complicated, too off subject, and maybe we'll just, it's related to the dualism. But I mean, if people really want to be more academic, they could try to read Whitehead's Process in Reality or just the Wikipedia on the entry. But it's an interesting topic. Um, Here was something random. I was trying to return to some research on cicadas and attention. You remember what cicadas are?
The animals that make noise once every 7 years or whatever.
No, cicada is um, the a singular distinct eye movement that takes about a tenth of a second.
Oh, my
So,
bad.
if you mentioned some of
Is
these
this the one we
machines.
already talked about, where the eye's going around and the idea is that it's sampling the field of view? It's
So it's
rendering.
actually unclear what the purpose of cicadas are, and and whether the relation with attention. So I was looking at some studies in um, in the field. So um, I actually had tests in Stony Brook on cicada measurement, where they strapped in my eye and like a camera and had me look at a screen and measured my cicadas. There's chest studies and speed reading studies with cicadas, um, and we know the eye moves, and there's a lot of correlation between neural activity and various elements that have been correlated with cicadas. But from a neurological level, it's unclear whether it actually even makes a difference. Besides for the blind spot of the tiny area that might be a blind spot, that as we've mentioned quite a few times, there's close to 100 million cones and rods in each eye, and so that you would need to move your eye in order to get some sort of better field of vision is unclear. Um, and the concept of what does it mean to pay attention or pay more attention to something in the field of vision. So like in speed reading, if you're looking, just like a human nature, I'm sitting in my room right now, and I'm the only one here, so there's nothing really moving. But if something moved, or if I was in a room with people, like facial recognition, if I directed my eyes towards something that I wanted to, so to say, pay more attention, I wanted more input data from, like faces, like almost 40% of the brain, according to some experts, is related to facial recognition and processing, or 40% of visual acuity. At least the visual center of the brain is related to facial recognition. Um, but it's even unclear whether it makes a difference moving your eyes. So, like if I'm facing forward, and then someone comes into the room, and I move my eye, so I'm looking directly at their face, it's unclear that that actually gives me more visual input data, because of there's already 100 million cones and rods in the eye. That So it was a little bit interesting, this question of what does it mean attention, and can we find some sort of neural link um, between cicadas and um, attention. And so I was doing a little reading on it. Like I didn't have that much insight on it. It's something interesting if people are um, paying attention for these type things, and you're around a bunch of people, and you notice their eye moving or diverting attention. Um, does what like you try to read something into that, and so the level of what do we actually know what that means, and specifically to what we would call attention. And attention is part of the hard problem of consciousness. Like I've been back to coaching chess, and I'm like, pay attention, concentrate. I say that again and again, like concentrate, pay attention. And is there actually such a thing? And like in folk psychology, like it's sensical. You're saying, well, you're not paying attention, you're not focusing, you're obviously focusing on different things, and the reason why you're not solving the problem at hand, like be it trying to learn some new chess strategy, is because you're not focusing, you're not paying attention. Um, but attention is actually a very difficult part of the hard problem of consciousness. Um, but there is some studies in relationship between cicada eye movement and attention, and that would I mentioned that in as one of the theories. Remember, we talked about group consciousness. I've mentioned that even a few times over the last few weeks.
Cool. Yeah. Anything particular about it?
So that a lot of it, some of the theories is it's a theory of cicada, even if it's subconscious. So they said if me and Jennifer were sitting in an open public place, face to face, and someone walked up behind her, um, that she would be able to sense from me something that was not possible from her own um, sense perception. And this has been strongly tested. It's been demonstrated in monkeys and even mammals, even possibly insects. Or there's a lot of um, evidentiary tests that have shown this concept of group consciousness, where someone could read someone, where a sense deprivation and someone who's sense deprived um, in group attention. I use the term group consciousness, but really is more properly called group attention. That where you have sense deprivation, like I said, if me and Jennifer were IRL sitting in a public place face to face, and say, well, I have sense deprivation of what's behind me. She has sense deprivation of what's behind her. However, I have no sense deprivation of what's behind her. She has no sense deprivation of what's behind me, even on the internet screen. Like, I can't really see what's going on behind me. If she's looking at the screen, the viewer could see what's going on behind me. Um, that there's strong evidence that people could perceive the sense perception of the other person, and that phenomenon is called joint attention. And so I've mentioned that many times now over the last year, and specifically even over the last uh, few weeks. And one of the hypotheses about joint attention is cicada, in that um, it would be subconscious. So if you and another person were sitting face to face opposite each other in a public place, that you don't really consciously uh, follow their eye movement. That you like, well, I didn't know that, like, okay, like now you just veered your eye angle a few degrees in the various direction. We talked about it. Also, I guess Jennifer doesn't um we talked about eye color in various like that. So I mean, presumably, Jennifer saying she doesn't really notice people's eye color, but
I
you're
don't
saying that
not notice it. I just don't consider it a in my personal models that I use. I don't consider eye color in itself to be important as a factor. So I don't
let
put a lot of
alone,
attention on it.
do you notice eye movement?
I notice demeanor, tone, uh, basically just like your standard diagnostic criteria.
Well, so eye movement, would you notice, okay, if someone that you're
I
around a
don't
lot.
tend to track eye movement because I mean, I don't like making people uncomfortable.
Okay, so what would say one of the theories of joint attention is saying, well, you do, whether you realize it or not, you do. You might only subconsciously track
Yeah,
eye
I
movement.
think probably most people do, unless they train themselves out of it for whatever reason.
Yeah, so that, but the concept of joint attention, in terms of that, one of the theory that I use is a theory of panpsychism. That how does it help me? How do I know from you, or from an exterior person, that someone's coming out behind me?
Um,
And you say, well, it's been demonstrated it works. It's been demonstrated in primates, like it works. That
well,
even in
both of the
primates.
theories, the materialist theory explains it too. They're just saying, oh, it's pattern recognition in the brain. Obviously,
Well, yeah,
I
but I
think
mean, they're
that's
saying that it's some sort of body language reading from the other person. That from the body language of the other person, that they were able to perceive off the body language of the other person, that meant that they sensed visually someone behind you, and that would most likely be from a cicada movement. That they say, well, if you're tracking a person's eye motion and you see that their eye is moving to some, instead of moving to uh, concentrate, or put attention on some sort of field, and that would be like attention to, so say if both eyes fix on some object, and it might be a very small difference in the degree of the eye. Might only be a few degree difference in the eye. Like, okay, you were looking at me, but now you're looking over my shoulder, and both of your eyes switched in degrees, just a small amount. But subconsciously, that my brain was able to process the difference in the angle of your eyes, that you're not concentrating on me, you're concentrating on something behind me, or you're not concentrating what you were concentrating, and now your focus is on something behind me. That's enough information that now I could look over my shoulder and um, see that from the joint attention, that there was some sort of signal there. So I mentioned that, and so here was an official study on some of this uh, thing. It's related that this eye movement's called the saccada. Um, so here, chess.com, 100 million subscribers. They had a Q&A on their history. And so it's interesting that there's a lot of different chess sites, and chess.com grew to be the biggest. And so the owner, who just kind of a mediocre chess player, he mentioned he paid $56,000 to purchase chess.com. And the part of the success of chess.com may simply be that it's chess.com. There's Lee Chess, there's Yahoo Chess, there's FIC, ICC, Free Internet Chess Club. But chess.com is obviously the simplest, and someone else had owned it. So that was one interesting thing. But the whole history Q&A, some about the tech and the programming. But I thought that was a little bit interesting that this guy, when he was in college and he was thinking of a business, and so he just figured, okay, I'll purchase chess.com. And it was before there was that many major chess platforms. And even at that point, it already cost them like $56,000 20 years ago. And I remember day trading at the time, and some people were doing that. They were buying web pages, and there was a concept like, if you're the first person to do something, you could make a lot of money, like pets.com, or like you're just basically, okay, like I'm selling something, I'm a middleman, and you purchase, okay, Doovid bought Doovid.com, that costs like $10 a year, um, but so someone else wanted Doovid.com. I currently own it, and they would have to purchase it off me. So chess.com now, besides the fact that there's a page, like if chess.com switched to a different name, and then they auctioned off just chess.com, it would probably be worth maybe millions or even tens of millions of dollars. And so just interesting, this random guy happened to have bought it years ago, and even then it cost him $56,000. So, okay, so this was pretty interesting. I mentioned I shared these in the past, um, and I forgot in the name last week when I was talking about it. The YouTube page that goes into the algorithms, Yannick Kilcher, and he was kind of like a comedian. Also, I'm not a comedian, but kind of funny. Like, interviewed himself, and a little bit of a character. Um, but I've shared him in the past, and here he interviews. Um, this is already 3 months ago. Some of the authors on the Chat GPT paper, and they talk about the algorithm. And I actually watched all of these recent ones. So on Yannick Kilcher's YouTube page, the ones in the last few months, he's got quite a few about Chat GPT. He has one on other things also in machine learning. He's got the rumors about Chat GPT 4 already maybe coming out soon, and the claim that Chat GPT 4 is already um, in the works, or possibly already developed, and just a question when they're going to release it. Um, and other things. Actually, if you're interested in the AI behind it, I would recommend watching all of these. And what was the one I wanted to look at? So this one, where he's got Alpha Tensor by DeepMind. Um, so this one also was quite interesting on conceptually what are neural networks. And his guest here, Alexander Matic, is basically saying that all a neural network is a decision tree. And there's different methods like chess servers. Yeah, I mentioned Kotov and analysis trees, um, and candidate moves, and the various chess programs that use like Monte Carlo or various algorithms. But you're saying at the end of the day, a neural net and a decision and any form of machine learning, artificial intelligence could be reduced to a decision tree. And I don't even think that's controversial. I think it's just factual element of the way computer programming, um, circuit logic works. That at the end of the day, it is a decision tree, and there's different forms decision trees could be made. There's weighting factors, uh, WEIGHT weighting factors in decision trees for what paths on the decision tree are searched. So, like in my article, Kotov and in the candidate moves and analysis trees, um, so decision tree has to map out the candidate moves, all the possibilities on the tree, and then it gets exponential. And the neural network is all it is a weighted system that has some method of working its way through the decision tree in a more effectual way, and that would be by creating its own weighting system for determining which paths on the decision tree make more sense, as also related to chunking theory. So all of these ones on Yannick Hilcher in the last few months are valuable, especially the interview with some of the developers of Chat GPT. Um, but specifically, if you had to watch one in relation to what we talk about on um, Week in Review, I would check out this one on decision trees. And
I just noticed a comment there. Sooner we see this development in machine learning as a tool, the better. Well, you're going to have to eventually go back to seeing the book as a, as a, you know, not an end in itself, as a tool. That's the paradigm shift that needs to happen, because this is just the end result. Systematizing everything is the end result of a book-oriented culture. So that's kind of on you. When are you going to let go of the presupposition that books are storehouses of knowledge in themselves?
So let me just read the abstract here. This from October 25th. In this manuscript, we show that any neural network with any activation function can be represented as a decision tree. The representation is equivalence and not an approximation, thus keeping the accuracy of the neural network exactly as is. We believe that this work provides a better understanding of neural networks and paves the way to tackle their black box nature. We share equivalent trees of some neural networks and show that besides providing interpretability, true representation could also achieve some computational advantages for small networks. The analysis holds both for fully connected and convolutional networks, which may or may not also include skip connectors and or normalizations. If you remember the slides I showed from last week, I think the decision tree for Chat GPT, like the node, was like 10,000 something. So if you're pitching a decision tree on Chat GPT making its decisions, you're talking about having 10,000 plus nodes. And I'm not sure why they came up with that number, but that appears to be the number that Chat GPT is using of their nodes. So encourage people who want more about it, check out that Yannick's channel. So it looks like Bernard Kastrup, they had already last month some sort of conference on consciousness. Here was something they put together already a few months ago of just Bernard Kastrup talking about different issues, but they also had consciousness beyond brain function. No, I mean quantum physics and the first person's perspective and introduction. So that was the conference that they had last month. They haven't released the videos yet. Quantum physics in the first person perspective. So looks like they just released the video yesterday. I'll save that on my desktop to watch later, but be checking for when they release the content of their quantum physics in the first person perspective. So here was a conversation of a highlight of the conference, even though they haven't released the videos of the conference yet. I haven't watched these yet. Quantum Biology Tech Lab at UCLA. So it looks like they have like a whole book, various chapters on new approach to quantum biology. Here just I was talking about with Jennifer last week in terms of tangible. Just a quick etymology.
Sounds like someone had a word of the day on their calendar.
Yeah, so tangible comes from the Latin root to touch. Although in the last few hundred years, it hasn't just referred to the sensation of touch, but rendering it an attribute allowing something to be perceivable by the senses. As opposed, it's not just touch, but materialized. And I guess if it's materialized, it would be touched by it'd be perceivable by the sense of touch. But tangible to the perceptions. And here, just the etymology in French, going back over 400 years, you start seeing tangible referring to something perceivable by the senses. It is probably the similar root in Sanskrit also, intangible. But now I was referring to tangible accomplishments, something that could be directly perceived by the senses, as opposed to something intangible that cannot be directly perceived by the senses. And the different, what's a tangible accomplishment versus intangible accomplishment. And most well defined today would be in terms of an asset class that for tax purposes or legal purposes, tangible asset versus an intangible asset, where something like a copyright is an intangible asset because it can't be perceived by the senses, as opposed to an actual product could be perceived directly by the senses, so that the valuation tax purpose for tangibility, but in relation to what I was saying, tangible progress. Here was something relatively interesting. American culture, talking about the rise of storage facilities, and mentioning the U.S. has way more storage facilities than any place in the world. And if it's in relationship to the American dream, and the American dream, of owning a house and then getting to fill it up with a whole bunch of stuff. And as housing has become more expensive in the U.S., there's been more and more storage space that is okay. Well, I have a house, then like now my house is basically full of stuff, like all my rooms everywhere. I have books or just full of stuff. And so when you buy another house, you get a storage facility, or people that like they want to get into a house or they're an apartment and they don't yet have a house, so they expand into storage, and it's part of U.S. Material culture that has storage facilities basically everywhere. Comparison to Europe or other places. Uh, I forget the exact. Um, they had some sort of data on the numbers. 2 billion square feet. There's over 50,000 facilities in America, over 2 billion square feet for self storage, and the number in Europe was way smaller. So it's randomly interesting. Here's another randomly interesting casual scholar
Would
about.
you chalk that up to like a nouveau riche thing, people buying stuff and not knowing what to do with it and then having to store it, or more like they lose their money and then have to put their life in a box?
Well, you could say that's the whole United States is nouveau riche, but it's say a certain you're related to tangibility and wealth that that okay, new, maybe it's a relationship to new money, but that they want tangible assets. And you're saying like, okay, I'm new rich, and to show that I'm newly rich, I have a whole bunch of stuff. Like I have a house, and I have a house full of a whole bunch of stuff, and I have so much stuff that my house can't even hold it. That I got this extra storage facility full of a bunch of stuff. And um, I think most people would, that's materialistic culture in the United States, some perception of the former American dream. But it could also be connected to new wealth type culture of Americas, that and also the concept of tangible wealth, that like I want my success to be tangible, and it's tangible because I have a whole bunch of stuff I could put my hands on, that that I could see. So here's something in Ireland and its impressive GDP growth, which largely started. Ireland had like these huge tax breaks, like Amazon and other companies were parking their wealth in Ireland so that they, if they brought it back to the U.S., it would be taxed. And with problems in China or the Far East, and since the money was in Ireland, they started investing in Ireland, and now there's a lot of international facilities and headquarters in Ireland, and in jobs, and it's been causing prices to increase, especially in properties, and also international labor. Uh, so there's questions of the sustainability, but Ireland has had unprecedented, like double-digit GDP growth, and if the GDP growth continues, it will be from one of the biggest economies in the world very soon. So, a little interesting thing on the Casual Scholar. Um, it's another interesting channel I didn't notice is called the Tesla Space. That was like these short 10-minute videos of like how it's made type stuff, like inside Tesla factories. So here's one actually inside Elon Musk Neuralink factory, which is, this one was fascinating. That actually, like how Neuralink's made, what the Neuralink factory is like. It looks like they're pumping out videos pretty regularly and quickly. Here's another one on how Tesla builds gigafactories so fast in their configurable construction, where they prefab construction and then just piece the construction together in order to be highly scalable. So people following Tesla's very interesting things about the actual processes of their company. Here's a book from public, just a mediocre book, but people looking for reading material. Dueling with Dualism, The Forlorn Quest for the Immaterial Mind. Um, Takes up the commonplace understanding of the man's mind as having a distinct mode of existence outside of physical space and corporeal bodies. Uh, Historical account and cumulative critique against the intuitive conception of the mind as separate from the brain. by bearing out fully the consequences and implications of the notion. Um, here was another interesting paper. This guy is like some sort of PhD thesis I just found, was reading. This guy was a researcher at CERN and was talking about dualities in physics, um, most notably right and left-handedness, um, semiotics, and a little bit of the history of the Higgs boson at CERN. So, I guess maybe it's a topic we'll return to at some point. Um, what does it actually mean, this concept in particle physics, chemistry, that something is right or left-handed, as some sort of duality, that it's right-handed and therefore it'll always be right-handed and incompatible with something that's left-handed? And is that an actual physics property, or just, and what is, if it's not an actual physics property, where you say it's the property of the particle that it's handed in one way and therefore compatible with a particle that's handed in the other way? And if we say that's an immutable property, I'm not sure if your quantum periodic table has anything about handedness embedded in it.
The prediction comes out of the least action principle. So the idea is that there's a magnetic resonance, and that would prefer whichever orientation or handedness was lowest energy. And I think it's left-handedness, right? In life, it's all the same. To me, that's a prediction of non-dualism. That doesn't come out of dualism. That just comes out of a necessarily minimum energy solution.
Well, it's a duality. It's not, I mean, dualism in terms of the philosophical school of physical and material.
It's an absence of a symmetry. It's an absence of a symmetry. An absence of a symmetry is not dualism.
It's a duality. I was saying that paper was on dualities, not dualism. So there's some relations, like of some parallel. So that paper doesn't mention anything about the spiritual realm. It's talking about dualities in physics.
And an example of a duality is the handedness of biological molecules.
Well, here he's talking about elementary particle physics, like he was a researcher at CERN.
All right. So what's the duality like? Where's the
I think it's spin. I mean, so in like in I never studied quantum mechanics like that, but I did study enough chemistry. I remember even high school chemistry, you come up like you molecules that are right or left-handed, but in particle physics they have spin, and it would be a fundamental that the spin is one way or the other, and that it's some sort of, calling it a duality, that you have particles that are broken into subparticles, and the fundamental difference of the subparticles is their spin, and that one spins one way and one spins the other way. And it's something fundamental that presumably, like it's a constant that certain subatomic particles always spin one way and certain subatomic particles always spin the other way.
Right.
And so I refer to that as a duality. I mean, obviously it's a duality. If it has any relationship to dualism, that paper is not on dualism, it's about.
Sorry, you just cut out for a second.
So that paper was about physics dualities.
Okay. Great.
I've been reading this. I didn't have a chance to finish. I was just reading this. This is a very good essay. So anyone watching Week in Review that wants to get more in depth what Doooovid was talking about, mind independence and the nature of physics, So this is an article: Galileo, Descartes, and Newton, founders of the language of physics. And let me just read a little bit of this. The scientific revolution of the 17th century was undoubtedly one of the most important events forming the Western civilization. About the scientific revolution and its principal actors, we can find numerous books and papers written by historians of science, philosophers, scientists, as well as popular writers. The present paper tries to contribute to the discussion of the scientific revolution by a new interpretation, describing the revolution as a linguistic event, as the creation of a formal language of a new kind. The new language is the language of modern physics that assigns to a physical system its state, and then, by means of a differential equation, enables us to determine the temporal development of the system. We will try to show how the concept of the state, the first differential equation, as well as the entire linguistic framework to which these two concepts belong, was created. We will base our interpretation of the scientific revolutions of a linguistic event on the analysis of idealization in Edmund Husserl's book, um, Die Krisis der Europäischen Wissenschaften und die transzendentale Phänomenologie. At first glance, such a choice may seem surprising, at least to the advocates of analytical philosophy. Analytic philosophy is the dominant current in the philosophy of science, and it dominates the contemporary literature of the scientific revolution. Um, so it's like a 100-page paper. I'm not sure if anyone watches Week in Review would you be so um, studious to actually read this, but I recommend. I took some notes. I just finished the part on Galileo, and so he makes the point here that, say, Galileo, everyone knows Galileo's name, although it's unclear, whether there's actually like discoveries to his idea, but the progression. And Galileo was a contemporary of Descartes, older than Descartes, but Descartes was alive when Galileo was censured by the church, and Descartes was also a Catholic. But the main historians attribute to Galileo the experimental method, what they call mathematical Platonism, and Aristotle's deductive method. Um, and we'll call understanding motion as a geometric flow. Husserl, in his systemization, says mathematization of nature, qualitative phenomenon, um, from the Aristotelian physics that has qualitative phenomenon to mathematical quantities. That, but what Galileo did not have was um, Cartesian geometry and algebra. So the actual formalizations, and to put those formalizations in geometric terms. We get to Jennifer's paper this week. It'll be also somewhat related. But so it's unclear to say if historically Descartes actually built off of Galileo, but some of these things were, popularized by Galileo um, before Descartes. And Galileo certainly has the basis of Newton's fundamental laws of physics in terms of the acceleration being exponential. By the experimentation, and Galileo proving wrong some of Aristotle's assumptions by doing experiments, by dropping bodies, in legend off the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but most specifically by doing thousands and thousands of experiments, rolling different balls of different weights down inclines and measuring to come up with the general formalization of acceleration as the in the relationship to velocity and movement that eventually became the fundamentals of calculus. And I also actually have some slides on this too, but we'll see that Galileo um, is most known for the switch from heliocentrism to geocentrism heliocentrism. But say Descartes is even further away from heliocentrism to an abstract grid of the XY axis, the Cartesian plane, and the relationship between objects. So Aristotle was geocentric and had these ancient physics theories about the qualitative properties, and didn't really have theories of movement. The essential thing of movement was the return to its natural place, and because he had a geocentric model, the basis of what its natural place was from some sort of fixed universe where certain positions in the fixed universe are superior or inferior, as opposed to later, Galileo in terms of the theory of gravity that you have Kepler and Copernicus, but Galileo is one of the keys to eventually Newton's mathematization. And Galileo's also, although Galileo didn't use algebraic notation, also like the ancients or Vedic, it was verbal descriptions about the relations between properties, and Galileo didn't have universal laws. He just described specific phenomenon in mathematical terms as opposed to universal laws, which has to wait till Newton. And then, the main advancement of Descartes is the advancement in algebra and the relationship to algebra, from algebra to geometry with the Cartesian plane, where physics and motion could be described in precise algebraic equations, and then those algebraic equations have a direct relationship to geometric realities. And so Descartes is the precursor to Newton to having universal physics laws. And Newton's basically the first person to create universal laws of physics that have algebraic equations that relate to geometric realities, and then differential equations. And on the point of dualism, so Galileo comes into, obviously he gets put in house arrest, and he has a bunch of problems with the Pope. And it's an interesting history. I've actually done a lot of research into it. But suffice it to say that Descartes didn't had actually a book that he waited to publish because he had been familiar with Galileo's censure by the church. So Descartes' dualism is somewhat the theological solution to, at least from this author, some scholarship, into saying, well, Descartes didn't want to get excommunicated. He didn't, he was a Catholic. He didn't want to run into problems with the church or theology. So Descartes' dualism comes to say that his laws only describe material reality, and that's it. He has nothing to say about spiritual phenomenon. That's the realm of the church and science, where there was a potential conflict between science and theology, religion, spirituality, and then so Descartes is saying, no. Physics and is only purpose is for the material reality, as opposed to with the dualism where spirituality and the soul operates completely independent of physics. But at the same time, you have this Neoplatonism, which, I mean, there's already Neoplatonism of early Christianity, but the Neoplatonism where mathematics is the new forms. So it's saying that mathematics becomes the language of science, and that's largely attributed to Galileo, that Galileo is the father of mathematical science and switching science from something qualitative to something quantitative. So, if anyone's more academic or scholarly, um, encourage them to read that article. And hopefully, I think my next essay is actually going to be about Galileo and the mathematization of science. And then from there, I'm going to move into dualism and panpsychism. But I think to understand this nature, and when we talk about Jennifer's essay on the lines, and something she doesn't mention is, what is this line? And you say, well, it's really the line is not a material phenomenon. It's a Platonic ideal, and then and obviously there's dispute about what Plato actually held. What did the Neoplatonists hold? What did Galileo and what did Descartes hold? If Descartes was is the interplay between the material and spiritual realms actually mathematics in the sense that but we'll wait till we look at Jennifer's essay. So let me just share these last few things. Roger Penrose making the rounds again, did some more interviews. That's 3 parts on Closer to Truth. And then here another one on the Institute of Art and Ideas. And I found some stuff on the history of entropy. So I don't have too much to say about it now, but if anyone's looking for some good free reading material on the history or overview of entropy, some good material. And I have some slides also on this concept of Cartesian dualism and the mathematization of science. Into today, where you have kind of like your Hegelian synthesis, where all of a sudden mathematics somehow is understood to just be material, and the concept where well what is mathematics? How does mathematics have the power to how could you have where metaphysically do universal laws exist? Where does mathematics exist? And which is really the eliminativism of the dualistic aspect from Galileo to Descartes, dualism, where mathematics and the Platonic forms all of a sudden are subsumed into materialism. So, and really, it's Hobbes that does it. Is like the founder of modern materialistic science. Um, so, let me pour myself a drink. If you want to say something real quick, and I'll do the slides, and I'll conclude my week in review.
Sure. There's a couple interesting questions in the chat there. Kind of got away from me before. I noticed the result of the Chat GPT poll. It's actually tied between religion and government. I think people are still in shock and in denial and so forth. But I'll be honest, I'm happy to hear the number of people who are mentioning the Dune thing. You just like have a convo about AI, ChatGPT, and then after a while there's like a silence, and then someone immediately just says Dune. So anyway, if that hasn't happened to you yet, I hope it does, because it's quite funny, because it's like, yeah, that movie was awesome. Like, I'm not the biggest, whatever, sci-fi geek, but I like to chill with intellectuals who tend to sometimes be sci-fi geeks. So I've definitely been dragged to the old Dune, which was a little weird. I really like the new one too. So if this, terrifying turn of events becomes an awesome opportunity to have luxury space, I don't want to say socialism or communism, but something that, third other thing that doesn't have the baggage. That would be great. You ready to take back over there, partner?
Yeah, so this I just took from Introduction to Western Philosophy, but it's on Thomas Hobbes, but it has some of the precursor of Descartes in monism, the problem of interaction. So Hobbes is considered a monist. Here he also considers Spinoza a monist, although the words is unclear. Monism is motivated largely by the dualist problem of interaction. The problem of interaction is to describe how our bodies and minds could interact if the two are independent substances. So Descartes located the seat of the soul in the pineal gland. The monist solution denied the claim that mind and body are distinct substances two obvious monist options. The materialists claim that the mind is really just the body. The idealists claim there are no bodies, there are only minds. So it's the two extremes of monism where there is this mind body duality. And so like the T jump materialist school would be that mind emerges from body and it's not distinct, it's an emergent quality of material, as opposed to possibly maybe Jennifer's on the other extreme, where saying that the body emerges from the mind, or if you use the word consciousness or the
Well,
soul.
it's more appropriate. I mean, it'd be more accurate to say that they co-arise, but my models don't just say, oh, they co-arise. They actually orient the co-arising in a logical way, and we can talk about what that means later on.
Well, I mean, say, okay, whatever her model, that, but so the two extremes of monism, of it could be in between, that like the guy Solms on T Jump, where he's saying there's some fundamental reality that may be in between mind and matter, and like a subatomic particle or fundamental nature of the cosmos that gives rise equally to mind and matter, or you could be bent in one direction all the way to one end, where I mean, technically materialist or monist, because they say that monists just mean there's only one fundamental substance, and that's from the material. But generally, monism refers to some different entity, not either mind or matter, that gives a rise to both. But yes, and the words are um, vague, and different people mean different things by the terminology. But monism is an opposition to dualism, which implies that there's two fundamentally different. If you use the word substance in the sense that substance, not material, but there's two fundamentally different substances that operate according to different laws of mind and matter, where monism would imply that there's one substance and there's one law that governs uh, things universally. So Hobbes is a materialist monist, and Hobbes becomes kind of the basis for current science. The world, I mean, not the earth only, that denominates the lovers of it, worldly men, but the universe, that is the whole mass of all things that are, is corporeal, that is to say body, and has the dimensions of magnitude, namely length, breadth, and depth. Also, every part of the body is likewise body and has the like dimensions, and consequently every part of the universe is body, and that which is not body is no part of the universe, and because the universe is all, that which is no part of it is nothing, and consequently nowhere. And if you're looking that material things have the dimensions magnitude, length, breadth, and depth. So idealism is the opposite school of Berkeley or Leibniz, where the supposition is that there's only one thing and it's closer to mind, and the material is really an aspect of mind. And as you look, the material world, call it an illusion. Um, in the sense, the illusion is an aspect of mind, but it's not really there, but the mind is really there, and the material realm is emergent from mind. And that put in terms of Berkeley and Leibniz, school of monism. Spinoza, um, quasi spiritualist. There's only one substance, which he calls God. That's his pantheism, where the universe is God, uh, or nature, and it becomes unclear. So Spinoza says that there's one substance. God has many attributes, both mental and physical, and others. So there's just one kind of thing. So that's Spinoza's monism, but it has many aspects or properties. Most philosophers take minds and bodies to be substances. Spinoza takes them to be properties of a single substance called God or nature. So, like Psalm, you would call like a dual aspect monist is probably in the Spinoza school. The Spinoza school is probably the most popular. I mean, the Hobbesians one is definitely the most popular, and the modern, like if
Yeah,
you
if he's
call
the
it,
most popular, why is he being branded weirdo?
well, that's why I said Hobbes is the most popular. So like T Jump's like a Hobbesian.
Okay.
Spinoza, of the people that believe in some form of spirituality. That's well, I mean, this is just the professor who wrote these slides. So I'm just using some, this is just like a freshman class, some slides. So, like I didn't make my own slide, just found these slides were relatively decent, but they have their own bias. So the problem of interaction. The problem of interaction seems to require magic, which appears to debar solution, but positing a non-corporeal soul already commits you to a kind of magic. Once you're committed to magic, the problem of interaction just requires more of the same. The problem seems to be with the dualism, not with explaining the interaction between the body and mind. So obviously, the maker of these slides is basically a Hobbesian, and so he's not a fan of dualism of Descartes or Spinoza. And he's saying that, well, the spiritual realm is just a kind of magic. So if you're already believing in dualism, why not just believe that there's some way that the spiritual and material realm interact? The problem of mental causation. The challenge of any materialist is to account for mental phenomenon, especially mental causation. While my conscious states may not be thought of as real qualities of external objects, they are real qualities of my conscious mind. They seem to affect my action. The problem of mental causation is to explain how thoughts can have causal powers. What's the relation between so-called immaterial uh, thoughts and causation that seems to have material consequence? And you could also reduce this to mathematics if you say, what's the laws of scientific laws and mathematical causation to have an effect. Like, well, this caused that. What does it mean that this caused that? Because where is the causation? The causation appears to be something mental, not physical. So Hobbes' solution to the problem of mental causation. Hobbes claimed that mental phenomena are motions in the nerves and the brain, paradigmatic physical phenomenon. Galilean science, all that exist are particles in motion. Interactions of particles are limited to transfer of momentum. Nothing could be given to us by external objects except their motion. The cause of sense is the external body or object which presses the organ proper to each sense, either immediately, as in taste and touch, or immediately, as in seeing, hearing, and smelling. This pressure, by the mediation of the nerves and other strings and membranes of the body, continues inward to the brain and heart, causes there a resistance and counter pressure or endeavor of the heart to deliver itself. This endeavor, because outward, seems to be some matter without, and this seeming or fancy is what which men call sense. All quantities called sensible are the object that causes them, but so many several motions of the matter by which it presses our organs diversely, neither in us are pressed are they anything but diverse motions, for motion produces nothing but motion. So this is Hobbes from Leviathan. So I guess the kind of archaic language here. So Aristotle accepted the resemblance hypothesis. Aristotle had taken sensory qualities to be properties of external objects. The redness and sweetness of an apple are the real properties of the apple itself. Our senses are tuned to the external environment. For example, color vision occurs when a person's eyes are changed to be like the color of an external object. I see the apple is red because my eye itself is able to change to red. The eyes changing to match the environment is perception. Similarly, in thinking, we are changed to match the forms of other objects in the world. On this Aristotelian view, our ideas resemble their causes, and objects really have the properties that we perceive them to have. So Descartes rejected the resemblance hypothesis. The wax is just a body which can take various manifestations, hot or cold, sweet or tasteless, but is identified with none of these particular sensory qualities. Sound is nothing but a certain vibration of the air which strikes our ear. That's from Galileo. Physical, no, sorry, that's Descartes. Physical objects are essentially extended things made of parts which may or may not be in motion, both together and relative to each other. Depending on how its parts, the atoms unite to move. An object affects us in different ways. Their arrangement, along with our sensory apparatus, determines how we experience an object. The same object may have many different appearances. The arrangement of particles in a lemon makes the light reflect from its surface so that I have a yellow experience. Another person or an alien with a radically different sense apparatus would have a different visual sensation of the same object. My conscious experience is unlike the lemon in itself. So the veil of perception. Hobbes embraces the veil of perception, ascribing a profound error to those like Aristotle who hold the resemblance hypothesis. The third cause of absurd assertions I ascribe to the giving of the names of the accidents of bodies without us to the accidents of our own bodies, as they do who say the color is in the body, the sound is in the air. So extensions in mathematics. Descartes believed that physical objects have extensions as their essence. Extensions is mathematically describable as in motion. The mathematical nature of both extensions and motion were essential to the Galilean view of the world. This is from Galileo. Philosophy is written in the grand book, the universe, which stands continually open to our gaze, but the book cannot be understood unless one first learns to comprehend the language and reads the letters which it is composed. It is written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometric figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one wonders about the dark labyrinth. Descartes writes that the only principles he needs are mathematical. The only principles which I accept or require in physics are those of geometry and pure mathematics. These principles explain all natural phenomena and enable us to provide quite certain demonstrations regarding them. So the primary secondary distinction between the real properties of a physical object and how the object appears. Locke argues for a primary secondary distinction, as we will see later. Berkeley rejects the primary secondary distinction. Descartes' discussion of the wax is an argument for primary secondary distinction. Galileo argues for the distinction of an analogy with a feather which might tickle us. When touched upon the soles of the feet, for example, of or under the knee or armpit, it feels, in addition to the common sensation of touch, a sensation of which we have imposed a special name, tickling. This sensation belongs to us and not to the hand. Anyone would make a serious error if he said that the hand, in addition to the properties of moving and touching, possessed another faculty of tickling, as if tickling were a phenomenon that resided in the hand that tickled. Hobbes' metaphysics is essentially Galilean. The world consists of particles or atoms in motion. For Descartes, the material world is fully Galilean. Consciousness experience occurs out of the world in the soul. Descartes thus gets to have the Galilean view of the world while not giving up the reality of our sense experience. The cost is substance dualism and the problem of interaction. Hobbes denies that we must posit a non-physical substance to account for conscious experience. Our conscious experience just is the motion of particles. Hobbes claims sound almost impossible to take seriously. How could the sound of a concerto just be the motion of air or the vibration of the tympanic membrane? What could be more different than motion of air and sound? So Occam's razor encourages philosophers not to multiply entities beyond necessary. For current sensory states, we might favor Hobbes' materialism over Descartes' dualism on Occam's grounds. Hobbes only posits one kind of thing, Descartes posits two. Hobbes' account of my current sensory state seems preferable just for being less profligate. When we consider memory and fantasy, Hobbes' account of mental phenomenon is less compelling. Hobbes must account for mental states which are not obviously caused by transfer of momentum from objects to our senses, like memory, fantasy, our ability to deduce new ideas by reasoning. Hobbes relies on the Galilean Newtonian concept of inertia. Once our ideas are set in motion by sensation, once they enter our imagination, they remain in motion. The physical effect of our sense experience, fancies continue in our brains, slowing down only when impeded by other fancies. We associate ideas as we experience them, remembering a sequence as we first sensed it. Memory, which is just imagination and time, fades as we accrue more experiences. So here's Hobbes' metaphor in Leviathan. All fancies are motions within us, relics of those made in the sense, and those motions that immediately succeeded one another in the sense continue also together after sense, inasmuch as the former coming again to take place and be predominant, the later follows by coherence of the material of the matter moved in such manner as water upon a plain table is drawn which way any one part of it is guided by the finger. Much of Descartes' work on the mind appears untestable. Hobbes provides a scientifically testable theory, a research program. The longer the time is after the sight or sense of an object, the weaker is the imagination. It is true that our memories fade, but does not seem that they do so in proportion to time alone. Still, no one really understands how memory works. Hobbes' empiricism relies on the claim that we passively receive an orderly manifold, but no, we pick out items based on our desires and preconceptions, attention blindness, change blindness, false memory. Hobbes is working with a naive psychology. Hobbes' general account of thought was rather hamstrung by the obsession with mechanics, but his work is important because it is a precedent for precisely the kind of theory that scientists want. Hobbes is the first of our empiricists. Like Locke and Berkeley later, he wants to derive or explain all knowledge by sense experience, avoiding Descartes' innate ideas. He defines truth and falsity in terms of the correspondence of language to the world. Terms of language stand for ideas, the images left by sense experience in our brains. The first cause of absurd conclusions I ascribe to the want of method, in that they do not begin their rationalization for definitions, that is, from settled significations of their words, as if they could cast accounts without knowing the value of the numeral words 1, 2, and 3. In reasoning, a man must take heed of words which, besides the signification of which we imagine of their nature, have a signification also of the nature, disposition, and interest of the speaker, such as the names of virtues and vices. For one man calls wisdom what another calls fear, and one cruelty what another justice, and prodigality which another magnanimity, and one gravity what another stupidity, etc. And therefore such names can never be true grounds of any rationalization, no more can metaphors and tropes of speech, but these are less dangerous because they profess their inconsistency, which the others do not. So finite beings and infinite ideas. Can a finite being have an infinite idea? Everyone in the modern era agreed that there can be no sensory experience which leads to an infinite idea. They mainly took ideas to be like pictures. Descartes separated thought from sensation, paving the way for his claims that finite beings can have infinite ideas. We must have ideas that do not come from the senses, innate ideas. In particular, idea of God is infinite and non-sensory. Another option would be to argue from our inability to have an infinite idea to the claim that we have no idea of God. So Descartes, thus philosophy excludes from itself theology, as I call the doctrine about the nature and attributes of the eternal, ungenerable, and incomprehensible God, and in whom no composition and no division can be established and no generation can be understood. The third option would be to argue the idea that God is not infinite. And so some quick thoughts on Spinoza, the propositions in the deductive apparatus masked Spinoza's philosophy. For certain of his deepest and most central doctrines, he offers demonstrations that are unsalvageably invalid and of no philosophical use or interest. is not credible that he accepts those doctrines because he thinks they follow from the premises of those arguments. Nietzsche and Spinoza, not to speak of that hocus pocus of mathematical form in which, as if an iron Spinoza enacted and masked his philosophy so as to strike terror in the hearts of any assailant who should happen to glance at that invincible maiden and Pallas Athene, how much personal timidity and vulnerability this masquerades of sick reclusive betrays. So that was pretty interesting. Um, a little overview there of um, dualism, and so when Jennifer goes over her paper this week, um, most of my comments will be in relation to what I was talking about in those slides about her paper on straight lines. That was saying, well, if straight lines exist, they don't exist in the material world.
Great. You want to start there?
That's the end of my week in review.
Okay. So, any insights from that set of slides? Like, did it change your understanding on anything, or pretty much just reaffirm what you already knew?
Well, I mean, it's more my academic due diligence. So, um, yeah, I'm not sure if it changed anything in my views, but to have some sort of academic, I think like generally I fall into substance dualism, and
You've always wanted to say that consciousness necessarily isn't physical. So I don't know if that makes it.
Well, I'll argue that I'm not
if that's how
necessarily
you
saying that
understand substance dualism, then yeah, that makes total sense because you've pretty much stuck to that opinion for as long as
yeah,
I've known you.
that's I would argue, and although I would be open to some form of monism in the sense that I believe in a deity who is the master and creator of both realms, and exactly how God created, but that they.
The thing is that if the realm's separate from God, then that's dualism. Because there's God and then the realm of God's creation. Those are, if you're saying those are necessarily separate, that's dualism. Because to
No,
me,
I mean
dualism
the
is just like
dualism
a
is not the
separation.
separation between God and the physical and spiritual realm. The dualism is the separation between the spiritual and material realms.
Right. But in
By
my
saying that
understanding, you can have multiple types of dualism on top, like stacking on top of each other. So it's not a contradiction to have multiple types of dualism operating simultaneously. It seems like for you that that's inconceivable.
well, yeah, no, it's conceivable. I'm saying that I also believe in a deity that is the creator and ruler or sustainer of both realms, and the nature of the deity is, so to say, unknown, beyond our capabilities of knowledge. And
Right. So you're basically with Socrates saying, I know that I know nothing with regards to matter telling me about God.
well, even the spiritual telling us about God. And no, I'm more with the Kabbalist. But
Which is what, a substance dualism?
um, well, the Kabbalists have hard lines of the limits of knowledge. So yeah, substance dualism, but there's conceivably room for a monism, saying that there's a God who created and sustained both realms. So how God created and sustains both realms is not something that we could find the answers to. So if you're going to try
Yeah.
to
So you're
claim,
asserting a negative. You're
yes,
concluding a negative, basically.
well, yeah, I'm asserting that there's a fundamental limitness to human potential, and that
You're going
includes the.
beyond that. You're saying there's a limit and this is its nature.
Well, I mean, I'm saying what the Kabbalists say. So that, I mean, it's a well accepted Hebraic doctrine. So I mean, if you want to give some sort of logical critique on that doctrine, but that's generally the doctrine that I would ascribe to. That there's dualism and there's a deity. Um, the relationship between the deity and the realms is beyond our comprehension. Like death will set us free. Possibly at death, we might have some answers to that, but that's the limitation of taking birth is the on incomprehensibility in this form to that knowledge. So that's the postulates of the Kabbalists, and say generally that's the school I fall into. So that would be substance dualism, um, inoperable substance dualism. We could understand the nature of the material and spiritual realms because we operate in both of those. I understand myself as a dualistic being that operates both in the material and spiritual realm, and I also have an interaction with the Creator. But the Creator is the ruler over both the realms, the Creator, the sustainer of both the realms. How the Creator rules and creates and sustains those realms will not be something that I will figure out in this lifetime. There's no method. There's no that knowledge doesn't exist. That knowledge will not be ascertained through any method other than death. That's either the hard stop postulate of the Kabbalist that I accept. Jennifer might have her own um, take on that, and she might disagree, but that would be um, my the general school. But in operability, say, well, I want to know the relationship between the Creator and the material and spiritual realm. And so, I mean, so you could devise some sort. I mean, some of the Kabbalists would talk about that and be forbidden to even to think about. But even if it's okay, well, it's not forbidden to think about. You could hypothesize about it, and then that would be something of the multiple truth hypothesis. And so there's no way to test the nature between the Creator and the created realms.
Well, there's no way to not presume your own conclusion when you're going to establish or demonstrate it, and so there's no like absolute certainty. So I think it sounds like I agree with you, but the reason or the logic underlying why we come to this conclusion is not the same.
Well, I accept the logic of it, but I mean, it
Well,
was.
I don't think it's the same logic. Like
I
for
didn't. I
me,
didn't come to. I didn't come to the conclusion through logic, as I came to it as a
you're
as a
just asserting
received.
a doctrinal precedent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a received Kabbalistic tradition.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm saying I think that I share that precedent, but for a different logic.
Yeah, I mean, I gave some sort of logical explanation to the doctrine,
Sure.
and the Kabbalistic text
Well, if
give
it's a dual, my
logical.
point is, if it's a dualistic doctrine, then the logic is not going to be the same as a non-dualist doctrine, even if it's the same conclusion. Probably be different logic.
Well, so I'm making the distinction that you could consider the Kabbalistic form a form of monism in the sense that there is a deity who created and is the creator and sustainer of both separate realms, but an operation of our functioning in the current state of creation, the realms are separate. But I'm saying I'm a deistic dualist in that there's one deity that created and sustains both realms. So that the Kabbalistic doctrine can be considered monistic.
In the sense there's one God presiding over everything.
Well, in the creator and sustainer.
Yeah, so that's just one thing.
Not just presiding, but I mean the creator and sustainer.
Okay.
So
that's the reason.
Why I mean saying that these Greek terminology, by saying that the Kabbalistic theory could be understood to be monistic.
Sure.
In operational, it's dualistic. Like in opposition to Spinoza's take on it. that to just say like, no, there are two separate realms. Functionally, there's two separate realms. But that's the distinction. Say the spiritual realm is not God. God is just as much the spiritual realm as the material realm. God is the creator and sustainer, ruler of both realms. So that I make that distinction because people mistakenly think the material of your typical, like 101 spiritualist thinks that God is the spiritual realm. So that the Kabbalists have to make the distinction. No, the spiritual realm is a created realm of God. God is not the spiritual realm. God is the creator and ruler of the spiritual realm in the same way God is the creator and ruler of the material realm. And the Kabbalist will postulate that the relationship between God and the spiritual material realm is unattainable, unknowable. And you might say that the relationship between God and the spiritual realm, God is closer to the spiritual realm than the material realm, but God is not found in the spiritual realm. God is separate than the spiritual realm. So I've tried to make this point many times, and I think to most spiritualists or panpsychists, uh, it's a difficult distinction that you're to make between the separation of God from the spiritual realm.
It just kind of sounds like God versus the angels. He created the angels, but they're separate. And you can say the angels are in the spiritual realm.
No, I mean it's metaphysical because saying, well, if you're saying angels presumably are part of the spiritual realm. So
And not just
whatever.
that, but they're also God's creation, and they're not equal to God. They're separate. I'm just saying it's not the most difficult aesthetic to envisage. It's pretty much what every Christian thinks, and it's what the Christian art looks like. God on top of heaven, on top of earth. Tinkle asks if you speak to God. I don't know if you ever made that claim, or if you want to answer that or take that kind of question seriously.
Well, yeah, of course I speak to God. I mean, that's what prayer is. But I mean, the nature of how God, say I speak to God in my own words, or in the formulaic prayers of the sages, like when I chant, that's speaking to God, um, and God responds to me. I mean, really, everything is God's response to me because God is the maker and sustainer of the material and spiritual realm. So I speak to God, and so to say that God is constantly speaking to me, I'm constantly speaking to God. But in the sense, like when I pray, that's a formalized direction. Like I'm talking to God. I address my prayers directly to God. Um, so I don't have any problem saying that.
Okay.
Does that mean like the if you're saying that God is not a person in the same way that okay, because I'm limited in the function of
Are you
speech
asking
that
about me, or are you just saying hypothetically in general?
well I say okay I'm speaking to Jennifer in a similar when I pray to God, it's not fundamentally different from the faculty of speech and when I speak to another person it's the same faculty of speech, and it's directed at God. I mean, that's the formulaic Hebrew prayer. Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe. So every time, like every time I drink, every time I do something of significance, I say the prayer, the formulaic Hebrew prayer that begins, Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe. In that sense, when I say, Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying, Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe. I'm talking to God, the Lord our God, King of the universe, which Kabbalistically it was being the maker, creator, sustainer, and ruler of both the material and spiritual realm. And even to say that it's the Judaic perception of God is impersonal, and personalism is a form of idol worship. I mean, to say that God, that I have a personal relationship with God, that I speak to God directly when I talk to God, I address basically Lord our God. However, the God that I speak to is impersonal and essentially I know nothing about.
So just in relation to my writing, are you saying I'm making a claim that we can know more about the divine than you think is reasonable? Like, I'm just trying to see the utility of all this information. It just seems so laden with theological
Well,
subject.
no, I don't think your claims are theologically grounded.
Well,
So you're
it
not
depends
really
on where you start at epistemologically, but fine.
So I mean, really, you're you have unstated assumptions ontological metaphysical assumptions in your writing that you could philosophically ground, I mean theologically ground, but you haven't, and it may or may not be necessary.
Well, are we calling non-dualism theology? Because I wouldn't be inclined to do that. Because to me, non-dualism is pretty secular. It's just mostly logic. Like, I know the logic is hard to understand. Everybody, blah blah blah, zero value logic, consciousness and da da da. But it is, a method.
Logic also needs to be theologically grounded. It's like
That's a
non-dualism.
claim made by the Westerners that I don't agree with.
Yeah, but I'm saying logic is basically a dualistic.
That's like saying you can't learn any logic until you accept that God is real, and that seems kind of weird. That I don't think.
Well, it is because logic is a dualistic tool of the West. So he's like you're non-dualistically using a dualistic tool. So like by being a non-dualist, you almost are rejecting the very essential ability to use the tool of logic, because logic itself is a derivative non-dualistic tool that in a non-dualistic system has no meaning.
Do you think A, that argument hasn't been made before, and B, that anyone gave a shit that it was made?
Well, yeah, of course it's been made before. I'm saying that's the essential.
And no one has ever given a shit except the people making it, who aren't relevant. It's people it's designed for. No one's ever given a shit.
No, I mean, it's the essential Platonic argument of forms. Is the essential argument of lines.
Platonism is dualistic. Where's that written? Platonism is all about the monad. Like, I get your logic, but you got to pick a better tack because there's no foundation to this one.
Well, I mean, it's Plato's Timaeus is the main, in the dispute among
Platonic one is going to agree with your interpretation that Platonism is dualistic. So you got to qualify, first of all, what you even mean by that. And then you're going to say you're going to extrapolate the fact that
majority of scholars believe Plato to be dualistic. I read the Timaeus recently in the last few years, and it's a dispute among Platonic scholars, and there's the Neoplatonists and the Cartesian Platonists. But if you actually have the literature ascribed to Plato, in the main one that would cover it, I think would be the Timaeus, that most scholars believe that that's laying out a dualistic system.
Okay, so a bunch of commentators, most
not
of them
a bunch of commentators. We have. I think there's tens of books of Plato in existence.
Okay,
and the main one that lays out
references the monad. So monism and dualism are not incompatible, according to you. Because you're saying Plato is both a monist and a dualist. So
he references a monad, but it's like his system is clearly dualistic.
Okay, so that's an interpretation that a lot of people wouldn't agree with, I think, based on our current understanding of history as a series of footnotes to Plato.
And it's saying if it's monistic.
So it's basically saying the most non-dualistic thing is necessarily dualistic. Okay, maybe I agree with you, but let's have a look at how
if Plato is monistic, he's generally considered in the school of idealism that that the material realm is emergent from the spiritual realm.
Okay.
So if Plato is considered monistic, he's an idealist. I mean, certainly he's an idealist in the sense that it's the material realm that's emergent from the well, called the spiritual realm, or the, his term would probably the realm of mind or ideals, not the other way around. And if Aristotle is a monist, he would be possibly in the opposite school, where the ideas and mind is emergent from the material. But Plato, certainly, the essential, if he's dualistic, if he's monistic, that means that according to Plato, the material realm doesn't actually exist, or is at
Right.
best emergent from mind.
Right. Which is likely what they believe.
No, I mean, most experts believe that they were dualistic, although the Cartesian dualism,
Dualistic in what sense?
that there's two separate realms, a material and
I thought the idea was that the ideal realm was the thing in which the non-ideal realm was simulated, like in the cave. The cave's inside something outside of it that's more real. That's monism. Now, I guess you
no,
could argue
no,
there's some form of
no, that's
dualism
not
in
I
them,
mean,
but
the
it's like,
Plato's cave.
okay,
If you're
let's
saying,
find an actual citation on this, please, because I don't even want to argue on this technicality. Like, honestly, what is the point of arguing on this technicality, number one? And is this argument even going to make sense to anyone? How do we frame this argument so it's relevant? You don't have a point
you're
here.
right,
You're
this is
saying
not,
you
because
can't use logic because you're a non-dualist. That does not hold water, I'm afraid. That's like saying you can't use language because you weren't the first person to come up with language.
well, I'm saying you could use it, but it's saying that it has some sort of value, that it's logical or
So
not,
just saying if that's what you're sort of
means something, because logic is a non-material
like, it's a
phenomenon.
valid argument.
That you say, oh, that it matters that it's logical. So what that it's illogical, or logical, or
I'm saying
illogical?
you haven't met a burden of proof to assert that your thing is logical. Therefore, I don't care about your claims about logic.
No, you're saying. I mean, you're completely missing the point. You're talking about your whatever you're saying. It's not theologically grounded, and part of that includes your use and validation off of logic without origins of logic or some sort of claim to the value of
And then this
logic.
is going to come back to, well, did Aristotle originate logic? And I'm going to say no, it originates in Catascati and even earlier than that in zero-valued non-dualistic logic. So we're going to come back to
history
this
of it, but
exact
saying,
same grounding
what
problem
does
that
it
we've had.
matter if it's logical
Like,
or not?
aren't you familiar with these concepts?
You mean,
The West
just that's
prizes
the
logic
history
to a
of the
high
idea.
degree.
But I'm talking about the theological grounding of not. I'm not talking the historical origin. I'm talking about the metaphysical, ontological origin of logic, and the
Which comes from history.
what I mean, like fiction. If you just mean like the first time someone made it up.
No, I don't think it's. I mean, no, I don't think it's fictional. I think something happened. Maybe we understand it through fiction, but no. I mean,
But you mean
what
saying
is
that
your
logic
point
logic
exactly?
is true?
No, I don't think it's coherent to assert that logic is true. I don't think you can say that's true, but I'm going to say it's not coherent. Okay? Do you
What's
want
the
to have? Do you
difference
want to
between
turn into a
an
dark
illogical
chocolate
statement
debate?
besides it's logical or illogical? What does it matter? You say,
Why
well,
does
there's a
it matter if
categorization.
something is
This is logical.
logical or illogical? There's
This
an
is
issue, in my
illogical.
opinion, if you're going to say that logic is the West has some sort of a monopoly on logic. I am take issue with that because I think that's misleading.
Once say monopoly, I mean the West. That's just historical. They're saying
According to the
if
West's
logic
own
means
historical
something,
records, they invented logic. Okay, cool.
no, that's. I mean, you're saying that logic is ontologically true. It's not true because someone invented it.
Holy shit.
You're saying it wasn't created. It was
You're saying logic is a
discovered.
description of
It was
reality, and then you say your word. Why is logic the right word for a description of reality then? And how does what you're describing differ from a pure description of reality?
Well, saying that in a dualistic system, logic can describe reality. In a
Claim
non-dualistic
with no
system,
evidence.
you know,
Dismiss that
non
claim. I dismiss that claim because it has no evidence.
no evidence that Well, I mean, the evidence is like scientific law, mathematics, mathematization of science. That
Okay.
the appearance of universal rules and universal laws that follow mathematical logical order.
Right. And the definition of logic? That's not set. Slash, no one has ever gone from the Aristotelian laws of logic to anything that remotely looks like math. So I'll say it again. Claim, no evidence. Don't care. Would love to care.
Yeah,
But
I
just
mean, you're
sounds like
just
a
like
bunch of
tea jumping. You're
buzzwords.
just arguing to hear your own voice. You're not even saying anything useful. I don't even
You
know what
brought
you're
that
saying.
article to do a historical review. It kind of seems like you're saying non-dualism or logic, and there can't be any overlap. Sounds like you're saying it's incoherent to derive logic from non-dualism.
Well, I'm saying logic originates as a dualistic concept, that logic is a non-material phenomenon. And so
Okay.
non-dualism, where does logic reside?
We don't consider logic to exist. We consider logic to be a method that we can apply to systems to understand them better. We don't consider those things to have a material or relevant existence. They're tools that we use. We don't consider the material existence of tools. They're just concepts.
I mean, if you put it that logic is clearly, or maybe not clearly to you, in the category of mind.
Okay, where are you going with this?
Just that point that logic is a tool that originates in a dualistic system. So we say
The mind
non-dualism,
is a dualistic system. It's like, okay, why is
the
logic
mind is opposed
dualistic?
to matter.
Let's get it. Can
Logic
you
is a
put an
tool of
actual
mind
argument as to why logic is dualistic? Because I actually think I agree.
because it's intangible.
Okay, and matter is tangible, so therefore dualism. Why does intangible mean dualism?
I'm saying it's definitional between the dichotomy between mind and matter. It's abstract. It's not related to matter.
Okay.
It might be you have rules that govern matter. We're saying the origin of the rules that govern matter. If you're going to say they're emergent from the matter itself, um, but historically they're
I
believed.
can say the abstractions are just things we come up with to help ourselves understand
Who
the
is
world
we?
better. It's humans.
But I say your mind, or your fingers,
I'm saying like you
your
can't
mind or your
establish the
body.
existence of abstractions according to your
Yeah,
approach
when
here.
you say we, you mean minds. You
We
don't mean
as
bodies,
individuals.
but you don't mean bodies. You mean minds.
When I say I, it's a combination of a body and a mind that I'm referencing.
But your body didn't come up with logic. Your mind. Logic is not a tool of your body. It's a tool of your mind.
You're acting like logic is something that has an existence relative to the mind. It's just something, it's a method. That's like
Method
saying, well, where's
doesn't matter, but
science? Can we
method.
observe science in matter? It's like, no, we can't observe science in matter because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, this is like just a silly merry-go-round because you're missing the point. And
What
so
is the
if you're
point?
saying there that logic derives from a dualistic system where logic is in the realm of mind, not matter. And so if you're non-dualistic, then where's logic coming in? So I mean, you're
I guess I don't
non-dualistic. You're
use your
saying there is
definition of
no
logic then.
division between mind and matter. So you're saying there is no division between logic and matter.
No, I would just say that your concept of logic is incoherent, and my definition of logic is that it's a process, so it doesn't have a physical reality because that's not what physical reality is. Physical reality is substance.
Yeah, so logic is separate from substance. Then where does it reside?
It just is an emergent effect in substance.
So you're saying like, I mean, you're arguing like T jump. You think that but T jump thinks that it's exclusively emergent of brains. That you think it's emergence of matter
T-Jump doesn't think logic emerges in brains. He thinks the cogito is some sort of absolute truth.
Do you think that there's an emergence of? We just go on the merry-go-round because like.
Well, I think fundamentally the question is: does reality have a
you're not
structure that is
educated,
knowable
so
to us?
you want to, like. I mean, so you could use the words however the hell you want. It makes no difference to me. Like it's saying, like.
To what degree is material reality knowable to us, and through what mechanism is it known? Tends to be answered with logic, as in the mechanism. So.
Yes, you have to. I mean, say philosophically, theologically, ground this tool that you're using called logic.
No, I don't.
You don't have to, but that's always saying that's what your system.
The thing is, I do ground logic.
Your system
I just
is
don't
not
ground
theologically
logic
grounded. You're
of
just
no.
like
Okay,
you're
stop for a
just
second.
you're just claiming to use
logic.
this tool logic without having any grounding or basis where you got it from.
I ground logic. I just don't make the fallacy of thinking that the fundamental level can be logically justified, because I'm not a moron who falls into word games.
But you are. I mean, God forbid.
You're literally making the Darth Dawkins argument right now.
No, I'm saying like, I mean, you're just on like some T-jump level where
you're saying you can't ground logic,
all
and I'm saying
you
so
could do
what?
is repeat yourself.
Well, I'm asking, so what?
You're like
can't
not
ground
capable
logic.
of learning
So hold
anything.
on a minute.
All you're capable is repeating yourself.
You can't point to anyone who can ground logic. Therefore, you can't establish why I should care about grounding logic. So if you want to go ahead and do that, that's fine.
Because you want to use logic, so you're using something that's ungrounded.
I asked you to give me an example of someone who did ground logic. You can't do that.
Yeah, like Galileo, Descartes, Newton.
Okay.
I mean, mostly Descartes. It's even the Greeks or even modern Kabbalists that grounded dualistically, and even like a Hobbesian grounding that say that that's why I just read Hobbes. I mean, Hobbes doesn't reject logic. He just says somehow it's emergent. But then it's saying if logic is a product of mind, and mind is uniquely the product of the human brain, that would be. I mean, if you were to take it to a far end of nihilism, but then you have to make the distinction between created or discovered. So if these laws or rules are not created, they're discovered. What's the basis that they're true to be discovered?
So now, first you're talking about grounding logic. Now you're talking about grounding truth. It's like, okay. The problem is that you can't point to someone else who actually, you can't point to a precedent. You can't point to a precedent.
Logic is only useful as an indication of truth. Truth is part of the logical system.
Not how I see it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, but no, how you see it is just ephemeral because you're like, there's no, you just say one thing and then say the next thing, and it makes no sense because it's not theologically ground.
Well, maybe if instead of trying to argue against me, you tried to actually understand what I was saying, you'd stop fumbling.
I can't understand what you're saying because you just say one thing and then the next thing.
Because now you're just sounding like, Darth Dawkins. No offense. You're saying, how do you ground logic? How do you ground truth? And I'm going to say, why are you playing a word game with me? Tell me what that even means. And if you can't do that, let's just proceed on to explaining the actual system on its own turn. And then once you understand it, you can decide if it, quote, grounds logic or if that even makes sense. I don't think it's a sensical proposition to ground logic or truth.
Well, we say higher order rules in general.
I don't think it's sensical to ground those either. I think that a grounding principle is something that could be talked about and that there's a multiplicity of possible interpretations that need to be explored before
your system has higher order rules
any kind of an understanding of what that might mean.
Is there higher order or universal rules or not?
You have to define whether a rule is something that we have rational access to in theory, in practice, and how reasonable it is to expect that we could gain rational access to it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you're not really making sense. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but like it doesn't seem
It's because you're
sensical.
not trying to understand it, maybe not understanding it,
Yeah, I mean,
period.
that's, I mean, God forbid that's what I say in your writing. If you attack the reader, like, no, I've tried to understand what you're saying, and
Well,
you
to
know,
me, so far, you've
honest,
tried to say
honestly, I
that I
don't
didn't
think the
ground logic,
deficiency's in me.
and you said that
I
I.
don't think the reason I understand what you're saying is because I'm dumb or the deficiency's in me.
Well, you've argued
That might be
twice
your
against a
claim that
straw
like, oh, the
man.
reason I don't understand what you're saying is because there's something wrong with me.
Well,
Because I didn't try
argued
hard
twice.
enough, or there's just something fundamentally wrong with me. That's why I can't understand what you're saying.
You've
And so
argued
I'm coming to
twice
the
against a
conclusion
straw
that
man.
it's because what you're saying is not coherent.
You've argued twice against a straw man, which tells me you think I still could be wrong. So right there's no way you could be focused enough to actually understand what I'm saying because you're focused on not something that I'm saying, and this is really hard stuff to understand. So all
Yeah,
of
but so I'm
that,
not coming to you to teach me this. Like, like God forbid, no offense. Like, am I talking about with
yeah,
you? But like, no, I'm not
there's
coming to
no
you
point in
to learn this stuff.
understanding what I'm saying. It's just much
No,
easier
I'm
to
trying to
argue against
understand
something
what you're
I'm
saying,
not
but like
saying.
saying I have a better understanding of this stuff because I read Descartes and Plato, and you take courses on it than coming to you. I mean, I listen to your insights, we talk about it, but like, no, I'm not. I mean, God forbid, I'm not coming to you as the source of my wisdom on these subjects, and I'm not even sure what you're saying about it is coherent. And then
Okay.
and God forbid, it's like the cult type tactic where like anytime I don't understand what you're saying, it's because there's something wrong with me.
Well, you may be choosing of your own volition not to understand what I'm saying, and that's fine, but you're not going to be able to actually argue against what I'm saying if that's what you're trying to do. Like, I still can't even tell. Are you trying to argue against the premise of what I'm saying?
I'm not even sure what you're saying anymore.
Well, the current article that I worked on was an argument against straight lines as a fundamental reasoning tool in mathematical physics. So rather than focusing on that, you're talking about grounding logic and grounding truth.
No, I mean, we got on this diversion because you were claiming that Plato's a monist, not a dualist, and then you like whatever diversion of like like of like your system, whatever your system is, and why someone should even care what your system is. And so like I've kind of like okay, like look at your writing, but like I'm kind of like okay, maybe you have a system, maybe you don't. But I've kind of like given up on trying to understand your system. Like I'm not sure you have one, or if you do, if whether it's coherent.
Yeah, I'm not very surprised about that.
It's okay. I mean, you're not expected to have a coherent system.
I think I've said before you have to believe that it's coherent before you can understand it, but that's fine. Don't believe I'm not here to tell you what you should believe. So
Yeah, then we get in this circle where it's like just because I skeptical you have a coherent system that you have to defend that. Well, because there's something wrong with you. That's why you
you're
don't
not
understand that
skeptical
I
of
have
your
a
own
coherent
ability to
system.
judge. You're not skeptical of your own judgment ability. So it becomes
Well, of
tedious
course,
to
I'm
have to constantly
skeptical of
correct
my
you.
own judgment ability.
No, you're not. You think you're this great expert on consciousness. Where's your skepticism there? You're not enlightened.
Well, enlightenment's a relative term, and I didn't
Spoken
claim
like
to be
someone
this.
who's not
I don't.
enlightened at all.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't claim to be a great expert on consciousness or enlightenment. I mean, I have expertise on the subject. I mean, clearly I've studied it for years. I'm knowledgeable about it. I've worked in the field, but no, I didn't put out any claim. You're the self-proclaimed expert. I don't, even God forbid, I think any objective person watching would, say that Doovid clearly knows a lot more about this than you. Um, all you have is your own self claim to knowledge, which is fine. I don't even have my own theory that I'm advancing. I just have generic scholarship. You're the one who doesn't really have scholarship, and you just have your own theory. And whether your theory has any value or not is somewhat yet to be seen.
Want me to read this essay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, in modern science and everyday life, straight lines appear to be everywhere, from the roads we drive on to the houses we live on. However, the intrinsic vibrational motion of matter suggests that linearity may not be a fundamental aspect of the physical world. This essay will argue that straight lines should not be considered as fundamental entities in the models of matter, as they may lead to limitations and inaccuracies in our understanding of the physical world. This essay will explore the pervasiveness of straight lines in modern science and math, as well as the conceptual and pragmatic limitations associated with using straight lines as fundamental entities. Alternative approaches to measurement that don't rely on straight lines will be discussed in future sections with the goal of providing a more accurate approach to physics. The importance of the straight line. From the time a baby takes their first steps, straight line is an important concept in individual sense making. It's one of the simplest structures that we are able to apprehend and is prevalent in our daily lives, from computers to roads to houses. However, the idea that straight lines exist in the physical world is inaccurate. Matter possesses intrinsic vibrational motion, which means that if a line were formed by matter, its shape would be affected by this intrinsic motion, making it curved or moving, not straight. Although straight lines are central to our subjective experience, they're only incidental to the actual properties of matter. Hope I'm coming through okay still. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Sorry. Everyone I didn't get a chance to say hi to. I guess the show's kind of rolling now and we're off to the races again as usual. All right. Therefore, in order for physical models to be consistent with the actual properties of matter, the concept of straight lines as a fundamental aspect of measurement must be reevaluated. So if anyone's just totally lost at this point, just wanted to maybe come in with, let's see if I can. All right. I have a alternate, because it's not as bad as it sounds. Like, yeah, maybe you can argue we need something like straight lines for coherence, et cetera, and that's fine. Because all I'm saying is just like, don't ground it in that. You can still use it if you want to. Once you understand like what it is, go ahead and use it. It's just use it as fundamental. You're kind of like telling yourself stuff that isn't actually true about physicality. So not so great. But yeah, I've got an alternate. See here. I've got my alternate derivation of the Pythagorean theorem here. And interestingly enough, when you don't use parallel lines, and as you can see, there are some straight lines, but they're just to contextualize a degree of variation. And you get these other equations, one of which is the Pythagorean theorem. So I still consider that a derivation, just because it's a limit point. That actually lines up. You'd expect that. It's like, okay, well, if straight lines aren't objectively quote unquote real, and note to self, triangles necessitate three straight lines. Pythagorean theorem is made of triangles. If they're not objectively real, it makes sense that, we would be able to observe something like the Pythagorean theorem, but that ultimately, on our scale, we'd be able to observe something like straight lines, but that objectively they're not. And by objectively, I mean independent of our perception of it, that don't really have any reality. So I'll just go back to. So the derivation, I thought it was really interesting. It's really fun. I recommend anyone give this a try. And I've got some other derivations that I made this week that I want to share. It's just really fun, which is like just a generic pseudocode for machine learning. You might as well understand how it works. You might as well know. A lot of people who work in the field don't even know. So it is really fun to rederive results in math, namely Pythagorean theorem. And what I've got at the top of my diagram here is like a list of the axioms, if you will, that I use to derive it. So the idea is to get it with as few, not just as few axioms as possible, because if you're using one really bad axiom, that's not great. So it's like 3 really good axioms versus 1 horrible axiom. The 3 good axioms trumps it, even though 3 is larger than 1, because it's not just about. It's about an overall parsimony, not a single parsimony. So yeah, it's good to keep the number of axioms down, but it's also good to use as many as you need to. And if you have a couple of extra ones in the absolute minimum that you needed to derive your formula, who cares? Might as well just make the mistake. And it's the same with practicing for machine learning. Like, I realize that, the level to which people couldn't follow what I was saying last time when I asked which is more complex out of the thing with 59 balls versus the complement of the figure eight. I thought that was really obvious that the complement of figure eight would be simpler because it only has one surface versus 59 surfaces. Like, okay, obviously. That wasn't obvious because apparently I can't ground logic. So yeah, I just thought try it yourself and actually go through it and figure out how to write the recursion, because the method eventually has to call itself, because when you're talking about machine learning, it's good because it's doing the same thing. It's basically hyper fast calculation. So yay. All right, so back to the lecture here. Ubiquitous rectilinearity. The belief in straight lines as fundamental entities in physics and math is widespread, as evidenced by the prevalence in various fields of study. Euclid's Elements relied heavily on straight lines, and for constructions and proofs. And Descartes' coordinate system further reinforced the idea of straight lines as a fundamental aspect of mathematics and physics. The Pythagorean theorem, which is a central concept in both mathematics and physics, has been used to define the measure distance. However, recent developments in physics, particularly quantum mechanics, suggest that straight lines may not be necessary for understanding distance and separation. Quantum mechanics demonstrates that a straight line is the type of eigenstate which requires an interaction with a measurement device to be established. Therefore, distance cannot be solely defined by straight lines, as the physical shape of the shortest path is dependent on the measurement device used to bring it into being. This realization implies that we must reevaluate our understanding of distance and separation beyond the traditional notion of straight lines. Cue period or natural fear of doing that. Straight line skepticism, the way our physical embodiment processes sensory information influences how we understand the world. Our neuromuscular system, which is involved in the process of memory formation, can distort original impressions in the direction of this grasping, causing perceptual warping. When we use appearances of sensuous impressions, such as straight lines, as the basis for mathematical axioms in physics, can also lead to similar warping. This kind of distorted perception is counterproductive in physics. Therefore, it's important to question the use of straight lines as fundamental concepts in mathematical physics, and useful to be able to parameterize the mathematics associated with a particular physical system without having to invoke the concept of a straight line. How about the run-on sentence of the year there? The old adage, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, may seem self-evident, but misspelled that. Rudimentary skepticism reveals that they have no existence, that being this line and the points, have no existence apart from subjective perception. It's important to be skeptical of straight lines, and indeed all basic principles in mathematical models for physical systems. Any error at the fundamental level propagates through all subsequent inferences, creating a domino effect of perceptual distortion. Since the role of physics is primary to infer observer-independent reality from measurements, using localized subjective appearances like straight lines as fundamental entities in mathematical physics may exacerbate the challenges associated with the achievement of observer-independent knowledge. Yeah, so yeah, that actually explains why people have so much trouble understanding what I'm saying. Isn't that great? In conclusion, this essay has argued that straight lines should not be considered as fundamental entities in the models of matter, as they may lead to limitations in understanding, emphasis, underline, 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 and inaccuracies in our understanding of the physical world. The pervasiveness of straight lines in modern science and mathematics, as well as the conceptual and pragmatic limitations associated with using straight lines as fundamental entities, have been discussed. This essay has highlighted the importance of questioning fundamental assumptions and considering alternate perspectives in order to gain a more complete understanding of reality and reasonably justified skepticism towards straight lines in mathematical physics. Alternative approaches to measurement that don't rely on straight lines will be suggested in future sections. So, just reading that was a lot easier to read than last time. So, I don't know if you think that sounds better than last time, like in terms of it flowing, but I definitely think that the passive voice is not as problematic as it has been.
Yeah, I mean, it's way closer to like a proper essay form. Introduction, thesis, logically moving from one topic to the next. Um, your roadmap, road signs. Well,
So is
I
that
think your argument. I think the argument's fundamentally flawed.
right?
I mean, related to that, your lines. I don't know whoever claimed, or it's put in like a straw man type form because lines are, well, I say they're originate they're in the realm of ideas, not in the material realm. That you could superimpose the realm of ideas. So I mean that, who claimed that perfect lines exist in the material realm?
Models, physical models that use straight lines imply it, whether directly or indirectly, because they're physical models.
Um, well, I'm not. If you use the term physical models, I mean, you're saying that if you're talking about a Cartesian coordinate system, or the development of mathematization of science that originates in a dualistic system. So say, did Descartes make the mistake that you claim people are making?
It's goes Aristotle.
Well,
Because basically,
Aristotle
I mean, I'm not saying I've read him, but everything I've
Aristotle
heard about
doesn't
what he
really
said
talk
was
about
wrong.
lines.
The laws of logic are computationally very similar to linearity because of their absolutism. Because perpendicularity is absolutism, well, the geometric equivalent of absolutism. So,
I mean, Aristotle doesn't really have laws of motion in that sense. That
yeah.
I mean, his laws of place, where things have a natural place. That's why he's saying that articles that it's Aristotle as a qualitative system where objects have some sort of quality and natural place and a tendency to return to their natural place, and possibly would take the shortest path, even directions that I'm saying Aristotle doesn't really have a mathematical physics. There's some geometry, even the question of geometry in physics doesn't really happen till Galileo.
Yeah, but he has a logic. So, logic forms how you think, which then affects the type of physical theories you can form.
Yeah, but saying his logic is not necessarily that related to his physics. I mean,
Well, you
Aristotle,
can say that, but the more probable hypothesis is that people's beliefs come into being together. So they'd be connected in some way.
well, so the problem is like you didn't do the research. So, I mean, if you read, I mean, Aristotle has different books on logic and physics, and they're not necessarily based on one each other. The physics isn't a logical formulation, as physics is qualitative.
I'm just talking about the laws of logic.
Well, your essay wasn't talking about the laws of logic. Your essay was
You
talking
asked
about,
me, who does this go back to? Answer Aristotle's laws of logic. Do with that with you what you will.
well, because you didn't do your research. You make it look like there's some sort of fundamental mistake that people are like lines, or is saying that that's my point about the dualistic system. That no, I mean, straight lines don't exist in reality. They only exist as an ideal form in the spiritual realm, in the realm of mind. That there's straight lines in the realm of mind. There's not
Yeah,
straight
and I'm
lines.
saying there aren't even straight lines in the realm of mind.
Well, I mean, that's the essential Platonic argument for the perfect circle. That I could think of a perfect circle, therefore they must exist. Like the Euclidean definition that in the realm of mind, a line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Like I just defined it. It exists in the realm of mind.
Okay, then you're sounds like you're presupposing mind has no physical existence, no material existence, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is that right?
The geometry originates in the realm of mind, not in the material realm.
Yeah, so you're saying geometry doesn't have causal powers.
Well, subject to the interaction problem.
Well, it just sounds like you're saying it doesn't have causal powers because it's of the mind and line circles all of it. It's just mental and it doesn't have causal powers. I, I actually maybe am not understanding what you're saying, to be honest.
Well, I mean, geometry is ill-defined. If you just mean shapes,
Measurement of shapes.
if you mean that logic has causal powers, geometry doesn't, or
I'm saying
if
that human concepts shouldn't be presumed to have causal powers no matter what there are, and that the concept of causal powers may itself be a dualistic concept and therefore not a fundamental reality.
yeah. So my conception is that geometry and math are a product of mind. They're not a product of the material reality. So it's like even a given. You're saying that what you're saying is almost a given. That like of course, but even then you say, well, is a vibrational wave a product? If you're trying to describe the nature of material reality, you're saying fundamentally matter is made up of waves, not lines.
Well, waves are lines, they're just not straight. I'm not saying it's made up of waves. I'm just, to be clear.
Yeah, I'm not really clear on your thesis. Like, I mean, you said some interesting things, but like, I'm not. I mean, maybe you were using Chat GPT or something, so it's just kind of you verbose, and really you could have really it didn't really say that much. You could have like condensed it into like a few sentences, and like so
Okay.
you have like 3 pages, but you didn't actually really make that many points. It was just kind of like the verbose method of GPT that pumps out a bunch of words without really saying that much.
Well, it's saying that you should recalibrate the concept of distance.
You think you should recalibrate the concept of distance.
Well, right now, a distance is a straight line, and there's no way to get out of that in the Cartesian paradigm. So I'm saying you should try to do that because it's preventing a better understanding of reality.
I mean, maybe you're being too grandiose about what you're claiming. And you're saying, was anyone actually making the mistake that you claim people are making? So if you're saying the shortest distance between 2 points, or saying how tall am I? I'm 6 feet tall. That's the distance from my feet, the bottom of my feet to the top of my head. But if you're saying like a particle doesn't travel the shortest distance from the bottom of my feet to the top of the head, or my house is like 1,800 square feet or something like that. But if it was a particle traveling from one end of my room to the other, from the bottom of my feet to the top of the feet, it wouldn't travel 6 feet. It would travel waves, and if you measured the path distance of the wave, it would be longer than 6 feet. But still, the net distance it traveled.
There's no particles in my system.
So okay, without looking at saying travel, but is saying that if you have 2 points, you have the straight line, the shortest distance between them, and then you have the path of a vibrational wave that is substantially longer than the 2 points. However, still there's meaning to the line.
Is
So
that
if
your
you're saying
conclusion?
like, what's that? I don't. I mean, what was your thesis statement again?
That straight lines shouldn't be used as axioms in the construction of mathematical physics.
Well, I don't know who. If you're saying distance shouldn't be used as or straight lines, and saying who uses straight lines as like, I mean, it's a straw man. Your thesis.
Okay, then what's the alternate formula for distance?
Distance is, well, if you're talking the distance, okay, like the distance between me and you, it's relative. So that's what we argued, like for the flat Earth. So if you're on the opposite side of the globe as me, the distance between me and you, the straight line goes within the Earth. And then if you had the arc length, if you were traveling, I mean, it'd still be problematic. You say, well, it's not a straight line. And you're saying, well, it's not still, if you're saying vibrational, but if you're talking about the distance between me and you on the surface of the Earth, which would be an arc length
The
versus,
point is that the distance doesn't exist until it's observed.
well, it's saying the distance exists in the realm of ideas. Like, is there factually a distance between me and you right now? And there are different ways to describe it. There's the straight line distance between me and you,
Sure.
and then there's the arc length distance
Well,
between me and you.
hold on. There may not be a separation, but there's ways of describing separations between us. Yes.
Well, I mean, say it's thousands of miles, and there's a
Right, but
straight.
it depends how you define separation. And non-dualism basically says like there's a fundamental non-separation for all stuff.
Yeah, but there's a physical body, Doovid. There's a physical body, Jennifer, and we're thousands of miles away.
Right.
And so, if you're saying the shortest distance between us is a straight line that goes within the surface of the Earth,
Okay. Was anyone
and then
arguing against that
and then
though?
there's the traveling on the surface of the Earth shortest distance, which would be an arc length, which is not a straight line.
If it's so obvious that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, why do we keep having to repeat it so much? If it's so obvious.
Well, it's okay because there's the conceptual shortest distance between me and you, which is a straight line, but it's non-traversable. So
Well, okay, if we're just
if
talking
you
about it,
limit
if,
it to the
I thought we were,
surface,
hold on a minute. I thought we were talking about a physical distance.
yeah. So there's a physical distance between me and you, and it's thousands of miles.
Okay. And then the question is does our measurement of that distance have any correspondence to the absolute reality? And the answer is no, because the concept of distance arises within the speed of light, which is a constant rate of space time. So, anyway, no one's, it's hard, it's easy to straw man here what
No, I
is
mean
being
distance
said here.
arises in I mean, really a Cartesian dualistic system. So you'd have to create a coordinate system that,
I don't
and
need
then,
to do anything if the other system has failed to meet the criteria. But it would be awesome to be able to meet certain criteria if they're feasible, but not all these dream attainments are possible.
but I mean, I would say, yeah, the straight line is a form, and even the vibrational line is a form.
Capacitance, what are you talking about? Are you talking about straight lines not existing? Right. So you're kind of making two arguments at once. You're saying the forms do and don't have a material reality. So which is it?
They have a correspondence to a physical reality. I mean, there is no line between me and you. That's a form. But the form of the line between me and you has a physical correspondence, which is the hypothetical thousands of miles, both of us residing on the same spherical globe, and just this hypothetical straight line going through the earth between me and you.
Right.
Even simple, like, I mean, the distance from,
So you're
my eyes
saying
to my
that's really
nose.
simple. You're saying it's simple to think about that.
Well, I mean, it's semi-complex, but yeah, I mean, we could probably calculate it. You could
Okay.
get your coordinates and my coordinates, and then we could calculate the shortest distance between 2 points from our, coordinates on the, relatively spherical globe, and then saying, like, the line, and it would only need, a few points of information. Your longitude and latitude, my longitude and latitude, and, um, the average radius of the Earth, and then from there, we could calculate, not only the shortest distance between the 2 points of the line, but also, an arc length of, the grand circle and say, so the straight line from me to you, and then the grand arc, which would be a shorter distance, also arc length between me and you. But, all of those forms, say, are relatively, they could be superimposed on the material reality, assuming that, this
Right.
earth exists, and it's a factual that both me and you have are residing at a given point on the earth that could be, given by a simple coordinate of longitude and latitude.
Okay. Then the question is distance the way we experience it the best definition for general separation?
What you're saying, experience is a product of mind. Our bodies don't experience it, our minds experience it.
Well, you experience straight lines.
We're saying our bodies don't experience, our minds do.
Your eyes look at a straight line and you experience the straight line.
Experience is a product of mind, not body.
But you
You
can
say
look,
my
you can
mind,
use, yeah, I'm saying it's both. Like you use your eyes, that's your body, to look at something and you see a straight line in it, and it's your mind that's recognizing a straight line. Okay.
it's my mind that experiences it. To say that my
Yeah.
body maybe,
Rendered the experience for your mind, it increased the amplitude of the experience and brought it into focus.
when we're talking about cicadas, if you're looking at the sense perception of sight, and that I have a projection in my mind of the coordinates I'm in, like that I just got up and moved from my desk to my couch, and I may not have walked in a straight line, but I perceive the room and the trajectory, and the light in, what, let's say the light traveled in a wave form in a straight line, that my eyes were able to perceive the shape and the coordinates of my surrounding, because light travels in a straight line, and it travels in a wave, but the wave traverses in a straight line. So I'm looking at the screen right now, and you're saying I have 100 million cones and rods that, I'm capable of taking in tens of millions of photon receptors every instant, that are converted into chemical signals, right? There's me and you both instantaneously, every instant, are receiving tens of millions of photons. And there's there's spatial receptors, and there's color receptors. The majority of the receptors are spatial. So there's like 100 million, I think, like, um 80 million, I forget the numbers, but the majority of those are spatial receptors.
And
And
that
those,
tells you that they have a material existence, and that tells me that the body is simulating them.
but if you're talking about the experience of consciousness, it's irrelevant to the the mechanism, the physical mechanism of the eye that takes in
So what
photons.
you see is not related to consciousness?
There's separation of sense perception and consciousness. So the experience, there's the experience of me being in this space, and then there's the actual physical mechanism of my body that uses chemical physical processes to determine sense sense perception, such as the photon receptors in my eye that make some sort of calculations that create an image of my head of the space that I reside in.
Is
So there's
this
tens of
a
millions.
description of your sense experience or a plea for straight lines?
Well, if you want to say sense experiences, part of the conscious experience, but you're saying there's the conscious experience, and then there's the actual, so to say, if I could be sleeping with my eyes open and maybe my mind or brain is still processing photon reception. Or you could have a mechanical mechanism of the eye, like a computer camera, that also um, is receiving photon receptors.
What's your point?
That my computer camera, and my eye are both making calculations based off of theoretical straight lines. If you're looking at the screen, you see Doovid in the little corner there, and you can see a shelf of books behind me, and maybe Jennifer has low resolution, so
Hold on
it's
a
only.
minute here. Are you saying that the iris is creating a perception of straight lines, or it necessitates straight lines in order to function?
Um, well, our knowledge is not clear. If you're saying that our eye, so I was talking about the camera because the camera is clear what it's doing. Our eye, it's probably doing that, but we don't actually know. But the camera is actually making a calculation. The camera has.
I thought it was like unanimous that the eyes were generating vision.
What do you mean generate vision?
Well, generating, I guess, the field of vision.
Well, I said our eyes have close to 100 million photon receptors. Every instant, our eye takes in about 100 million photons.
Okay, so what? Again, like you're coming up with these like I don't understand these points that you're making and what the relevance is.
So it's saying the photon. So, okay, in my room, I have lights on right now. So the lights are emitting light, and there's a photon that bounces off the various objects in the room and then reach my eye. And the presumption is that photons are traveling in a straight line, that even if they're traveling in wave form, that the photon itself, you'll say, okay, it doesn't travel in a straight line, it travels in wave form, but the trajectory of the wave form is a straight line. So the straight line from my light to the object to where it reflects to my eye, that my eye is able to make some sort of computation to create a visual image of the room I'm in a similar way to the camera. That my camera right now, the light is reflecting on me and what's ever behind me, and those photons are hitting the camera on my computer, and that's being transferred into digital signals through um, mathematical equations translated into circuit logic, and those signals are being transferred to the computer and producing an image on your end that you see Doovid and what's behind me. but those are, so to say, straight lines. That the light on my ceiling hits me and the objects behind me, and then from those objects behind me and me travels in a straight line to the camera, and then the camera converts that data into digital signals that transfer to your computer and reconverts that into an image.
I hope nobody was playing a drinking game where they had to drink every time you said straight lines. So you basically prove my point that like straight lines are super useful as a conceptual tool. So like, are you agreeing with me or what?
Well, so I'm not. You say like straight lines are what? So I don't really get your thesis. I mean, so your thesis like lines are cool, or
The
your thesis
thesis
like
is basically take this as a simplified metaphor. Humans exist, therefore atoms are humans. Where's the problem in that logic? Do you want me to answer, or do you want to try to answer, or just give me a second to think over?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure I
It's an
follow what you said,
anthropomorphic
or
fallacy.
why you're asking me like a random question.
Well, and the point is
I
that
asked you what the
it's an
thesis to your.
anthropomorphic fallacy.
I asked you what the thesis, what you're trying to say, and you asked me a question.
Yeah, because you don't understand, and I don't understand how you don't understand. So I have to ask a question to figure out how you don't understand, so that I can give you the answer you're after.
And so we're back to like your constant merry-go-round, where like every time I don't understand what you're saying, you have to like personally attack my intelligence or something.
Well, I
Yeah.
made a metaphor just there, and you rejected it, and you said you didn't want to say it was a anthropomorphic fallacy, even though I was trying to make it obvious that it was an anthropomorphic fallacy. So the assertion is that straight lines are an artifact of perception, not a mind-independent reality.
No, I was saying straight lines are a mind-independent reality. They're a form,
Yeah, my point
and
is that they aren't.
that would be a Platonic form, a panpsychic reality. So there's the human mind, and then there's the global mind, the mind of forms. So it's saying straight lines are not a product of the human mind, they're a universal form. They exist independent. So independent of Doovid, you still have the straight lines that the photons are traveling in and hitting the camera on my computer.
Except that
That's
straight lines is a model for light, not the reality of it, because that no one ever said light travels in straight lines.
we're saying the light travels in a wave form, but the wave form travels in a straight line.
Yeah, according to who? People who are
According
wrong.
to the
So that's why we
computer,
need to correct the
according to
error,
the
because it
digital,
makes no sense. Because
according to the,
matter moves and there's no straight lines.
there are straight lines. That's how the computer
There
forms.
appear to be straight lines, but they have no mind independent reality. Therefore, they shouldn't
They
be
do
part
have
of
a
the
mind
fundamental
independent
models
reality
of
because I'm
physics.
describing how the computer
Okay,
is
you're saying
generating the
something that
image.
is not
I'm not
actually proof
describing
of
my
it.
mind. I'm describing how the computer camera is generating the image on your screen.
Okay, great. You didn't disprove what I said, though.
That's objective. That's mind independent. That's not my mind doing it. That's the computer doing it.
That doesn't in any way address my point, unfortunately.
So the computer forming the image of the books behind me is through straight lines.
So here's my logic. The eye has to modify light to make it look like it's going in straight lines. Therefore, it's not originally going in straight lines. But there is a concept of minimal separation operating when light moves. And so there is a tendency to conflate distance with minimal separation.
That's what I'm talking about. The computer, not my mind. I mean, we talked about my eye because my eye works in a similar form to the computer, just like my eye has, our eyes have like 100 million photon receptors. The computer camera is not, doesn't have that many photon receptors, but the computer has um, an extremely large amount of photon receptors and generates the image based on the geometrical basis of straight lines.
Yeah, and that's why they take so much energy to render those straight lines because they don't have an objective existence. And models that
Just like in any
represented
instant,
objective existence better wouldn't have all these problems that come out of the straight lines paradigm.
just like
So
in
that's what
any,
I had.
I think it's 300,000, maybe a million. I mean, your YouTube is my camera could probably, if it's 1024 720 DPI, if that's like times 1,000, so our eyes have close to 100 million photon receptors. If my camera has about a million photon receptors, means on any given instant, the camera that is producing the image that you see on the screen right now is about a million photon receptors, and that's how it's able to generate all these pictures, and that's through the mathematical programming, logical circuitry assumption of the computer that the light that hits the camera came to it in a straight line.
No, the camera modifies the light such that it can then be presented in a bitmap, which is then rendered.
But working off,
You're arguing for an appearance of your subjectivity, and I'm saying I don't disagree that it appears that there exist straight lines. The question is, ought we model separation using
there
concepts
does
that
exist
reduce to
straight
straight
lines.
lines, like the Cartesian coordinate system? Answer no.
There does exist straight lines. That's how you have the picture on your screen of the bookshelf behind me.
So that's like saying Harry Potter's evidence of magic.
I mean, you're just talking nonsense. I mean, you just ruin a reasonable
Well, you're
conversation with some
pretending that
nonsense.
I'm not, you're pretending not to understand my point, I feel.
Well, maybe because you keep on talking nonsense.
Oh, okay. Well, what part doesn't make sense?
I was simply trying to explain how the camera is generating, how the image on your screen is being generated from the
Why?
camera
Why
on
though?
my computer
Why? Why?
because it uses straight line geometry.
Okay. So what? Therefore it exists? Answer no. It doesn't exist. It's something we created. Proof, we have to power it with electricity. That's the point. So this is not the first time this argument's been made, I'm sure, although I have no idea who's made it before me. But I think anyone saying that you have to get rid of straight lines as the model for distance should probably have a replacement model, because it's basically like the same argument as saying, well, calculus doesn't work because X, Y, Z or whatever. Like, it doesn't really hold up
Well, I
because
mean, the
calculus in a class of what
difference
it
with
is,
Platonic is
it's optimized.
lines are a reality of the realm of forms. They're not a product of the human mind. They're they're a reality of the realm of ideas. That the line is a factual idea in form that exists independently of the human mind on its own. The human mind could perceive the reality of the form of the line, just like the computer logic could program and code the form of the line. They say, well, the line doesn't exist in the material realm. You say, well, no, it's a form. And the form exists in the realm of ideas, in the same realm as the human mind. But it's not that the line is not a product of the human mind. The line is in the realm of ideas, which the human mind is also in the same realm.
I'm not too sure what you meant at the end there. The human mind is also in the same realm of ideas. The human mind is part of the realm of ideas. I don't know. I don't understand what that means, honestly.
In the dualistic system, lines are an idea. They exist in the spiritual realm as an idea, just like the human mind exists in the spiritual realm. They're saying lines are not the product of the human mind. Lines are a spiritual reality. They're in the realm of ideas, which
What about
is
chairs?
just like chairs. The
So
category
chairs
of
are a spiritual reality that exists independently of human minds.
the idea of a chair, the form of a chair, exists in the spiritual realm and the realm of ideas. It's not the
So
product
it
of the
seems odd
human.
because a chair to me is something that arises in the material realm. So
The form. I mean, saying the chair itself is in the material realm. The form of the chair is in the spiritual realm, in the realm of ideas.
okay.
So when I say that this is a chair, that that object that I classified as a chair isn't, so say it's something that exists in the material realm and fits the form of a chair. But the concept of the chair comes from the realm of ideas. And it's the product of mind because I superimposed this category of mind upon a physical object, just like Jennifer. Your body has a reality, and then there's, you say, okay, that you're a human. The human is in the realm of ideas, and the denomination of uh, the classifier of Jennifer is also in the realm of ideas. So
So
I
then
say
I
that
have to ask: Do can ideas have causal powers
well, yeah, in the realm of logic or karma.
in material?
Well, then saying that the interaction. So I would say that the continuity problem to say, okay, yesterday you were Jennifer, and today you're Jennifer, in the sense that there's your body, and if there's the continuity of your body between yesterday and today, and then there's the continuity of your identity between yesterday and today, in the karmatic relationship. So the physical karmatic relationship between your body, like your digestive or whatever realm would be in the
I just want
scientific.
to know if you think ideas can have causal powers materially, because that's the only literally relevant question here in my model.
You say ideas could have causal power.
I'm
Well, yeah.
asking if, in your own understanding, is that a possibility or just not? Because I guess it's not a quote metaphysical possibility for everybody. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I'm saying the idea of gravity has causal power.
No, I don't think the idea of gravity has a causal power. I think that gravity is our idea about something that is a causal power. But the question is, could an idea have a causal power?
Well, I'm saying you're saying that you're mixing systems. You're saying there's the product of the human mind, gravity.
It just sounds like you're saying that that's structurally impossible.
Well, no, I'm explaining the Platonic system, and so my understanding, which is largely in time, and call some form of Neoplatonism, that there's a realm of ideas. Their ideas are not created by the human mind; they exist separately than the human mind, but they're within this. They're also within the spiritual realm, and that would include logic, categories, geometry, mathematics, higher order rules, and also karma.
Okay.
So I mean, there's the human mind and my human mind's grasping of the concept of the line, and then there's the pure form of the line, which is a purer form than my mind grasps of it. But the human line is not a product. I mean, the line is not a product of the human mind. The line is a pure form, just like the category of a chair is not. Well, you could argue the category of a chair is actually the product of the human mind, because
It
it's a
gets really
man-made.
confusing.
Um, well, it's the Platonic system. You say, okay, like a cat or something, you're saying that's not, that's a there's your pure forms, and then there's categories of the human mind, and those are different. So theoretically, geometry, mathematics, and logic are pure forms. They're not products of the human mind. And then there's products of the human mind. Those are not pure forms, but they're also forms, means they don't, they're superimposed on the material realm. They don't actually exist in the material realm.
So, under what conditions could an idea have causal powers?
The pure forms exist independent of the human mind. So, say if there were no humans
Okay,
and
I
no
guess
human
can the
minds,
human mind come to know things
there
that
would
are
still be
independent of it?
geometry and physics.
Can the human mind come to know things that are independent of it?
Yes, that's like the human mind could come to know the pure forms, like geometry.
Except that if straight lines don't exist,
Straight lines
trigonometry is
exist as
not
pure forms.
a pure form. Is it? Uh, that remains to be seen. So, where do we land on
No,
whether
it's like
ideas can have
clearly
causal
the
powers?
straight
Yes
line
or no?
exists in your mind. You wrote about it. A straight line clearly exists in your mind.
Yeah, that's not the question. The question is, does a straight line have a physical reality? And if so, what is that physical reality? And I'm saying it's not there because it's a perceptual artifact, obviously, as a even, you know, cursory investigation reveals straight
Well, it
lines
could be.
don't have
It's about, okay, as a
material existence.
Neoplatonist, that's what I said. Like, I'm not sure you're actually making a point, because the line that was never claimed to exist in the material realm was always a pure form.
My claim is against using a straight line as the model for separation. It doesn't actually really have to go to an absolute metaphysical claim. Just saying that that model is it is an anthropomorphic fallacy. As the straight line has no mind independent
It's
reality
not
according to your
subjective.
definition.
You're saying it's subjective, or saying it's still objective?
I'm saying
It
there
may not.
are objects that are there are geometries that are way more
Objective meaning that's
objective than a
independent of
line.
human mind. That the distance between my house and the house across the street is objective. It's not dependent upon the human mind. Even if there
Okay.
doesn't exist a straight line in physical reality from my house to the house across the street, they're still independent of human mind. My house and the house across the street, and the shortest distance between those 2 points, which is a line. That's why it's objective, it's not subjective.
So
It's
lines
not dependent
are
upon the human
appearances
mind.
in human
The
subjective
computer, the,
perception.
com- the computer says it's objective. The computer could calculate lines. Camera could generate a picture
It could
independently.
literally calculate any algebra that you gave it.
That's why it's objective.
No, that doesn't make it have a mind independent reality if it can do anything you want it to.
Objective doesn't mean mind independent, it means human mind independent.
Yeah, you want to go in this circle all the time where
And
you're
human
the
mind is
authority on
still,
mind independence,
even,
and I'm saying I don't buy it. I don't know what you're talking about, frankly, because you seem to say that it's a meaningless term, that mind is meaningless because it's separate from matter.
well, I say mind is a postulate. So I postulate that mind exists and exists separate from matter. You could reject that mind exists at all, or from some sort of materials, you could um, hypothesize that mind emerges from the material, but in all cases, mind is a hypothesis.
Or you could postulate that matter emerges from mind, then matter's the hypothesis. So why'd you forget to mention that one?
because of the form. So to say that the mind that is dependent on the body.
Yeah,
That
so you don't understand that you're presuming your own conclusion there. Consciousness comes from the brain because consciousness comes from the brain.
no, I'm saying, but my mind is connected to my body.
You're saying more than that. You're saying your body determines your mind.
Well, I didn't say that it determines my mind. I was saying, don't even to say that I don't even know that I have a mind.
Okay, great. Well, I'm saying that the
It's a
mind determines
hypothesis that I have a
everything.
mind.
I'm saying the mind determines everything, including matter, and I have evidence for my thesis, and it's parsimonious. And that's what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. That's why I covered in the slides the
So the question is like, I mean, it's not a question, it's an observation. A bunch of people have made the claim of metaphysical parsimony. I guess you could say that anybody who is starting out from the supposedly, presuppositionalist perspective has made a claim like that. So I don't know how we got on this topic though. So anyway,
your your rejection of straight lines.
yeah. So is that a fine place to start then? Made sense? You understood the argument. You didn't agree with it, but you understood it.
Yeah, I mean it's one of your better structured essays. I mean, it still might be problematic. It's still unclear, um, but even certainly like one of your like better properly formatted essays.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. So, in terms of a place to start, like, so do I need to keep explaining all the problems, or can I just start writing my own solution to this mathematical physical thing? Would be
Well,
the
you can
next
do
step
whatever
for
you
me to
want.
decide.
If you're asking, you don't need to ask me for permission.
Well, I wasn't asking that per se. I was more thinking out loud because for the last, it feels like a while, you've basically not understood what I was saying in the essay. And that's on me, obviously, but now it seems like you are. So from there, I guess I'm asking if I should do more historical review or if this makes my point and I can just proceed with explaining my system.
Well, I mean, you're still gonna have the fundamental flaws in your writing in general. So, like your narrative voice and your writing is for other people. That I mean, if you could theoretically, say you write for yourself, but it's saying, like, no, I mean, you're writing for other people, and so you have to find a narrative voice that you're talking to them in, and so I mean, and then to even say like what you're attempting to do, what your ideas are, what you're trying to describe, um, and what's the value proposition to the reader that would come out in some sort of narrative voice, narrative arc. So I mean, I think you're still gonna have to resolve those issues. That I mean, this essay still lacks narrative voice. It still lacks. I mean, there's some concept like of a value proposition to the reader, but even that, like, needs some sort of work. Like, even just in terms of this essay for like, what's the value proposition to the reader to like that lines are important. Common perception is built on this false perception, and then you're somehow giving a deeper insight. But like what journey did you take your reader on? Where did they start before getting your essay? Where are they supposed to be after they read your essay? So in that sense, no, I mean, this essay was better than your previous essay, but even this essay, I think, fails even at that like basic element of, like, I mean, I have to look at more to see, like if you could have fixed it, or maybe you had some semblance of, the taking your reader on a journey and clearly delineating where they're supposed to be before reading your essay and where they're supposed to be after it.
So something like, well, you may never have thought about straight lines and how they relate to the results of physical measurement. It's important to look at that because blah blah kind of thing.
Well, I mean, that's the unfortunate, because if that's your resolution to like why you're the value proposition to what someone's getting out, and so if you're just writing for like some form of tangible accomplishment versus communicating to a reader, to a hypothetical reader, and then obviously readers are going to be in different states. So, some sense, like, you're taking them on a journey, and there's going to be all sorts of people at different starting points. So, the difficulty in expressing in your introduction conclusion, what is this journey, and what does it mean to be on this journey if a person's a absolute novice to philosophy and mathematics. The person is already highly educated in philosophy and mathematics. But I mean, so you try. It was better in your format, introduction, conclusion, but it still wasn't clear. Like, what's this value proposition? What's the journey that you took the reader on?
I thought the whole like pointing out a mistake in physics would be enough.
Yeah, but I'm not sure even that that's what you did. And then if that's what you were trying to do, like if you told the reader that's what you're doing, that the reader would have felt that that's what happened to them by reading your essay. If the reader would have, I don't know, like, agreed that saying that that's saying that, like, I felt like you might have felt that that's the journey you wanted to take them on, but then you're saying, did you actually take them on that journey? And that's successful writing, where you're saying that. And if you're, that's also where your narrative voice comes in. You're saying that everybody thinks something and it happens to be wrong, and you should read this paper by me because I have the right answer that no one else has. And after you read this, you will now have a clarified understanding that no one else had before. Versus if you're saying you're, like, kind of like a generic book report that, that's saying, well, um, anybody who hasn't thought deeply about the philosophy and metaphysics of mathematics might find this interesting, or conceptually that, um, that there's some use in this from novice to expert in what you're saying to them in terms of the journey that, from novice to expert, there's still some utility to this journey you're taking them on. And then it said, like, if you still have this like narrative voice where you feel like you're taking everybody regardless of their circumstance from like lightness, from darkness to lightness, that like your perception is that every person is in darkness and the only path to lightness is you.
I'm
And
not
like,
saying that. Thanks for. I mean, I want to say thanks for the compliment, but that was absolutely not what I wanted to say.
but that might be what you said. So I'm saying, you say that's what your writing's supposed to take someone on a journey, and that if that's the narrative voice that's coming across, is like, you're belittling your reader, and you didn't, that you created this false sense of a journey and didn't even take him there. You
It
wrote
was
in
meant
a.
to be an incredibly long journey that didn't go very far because, according to the videos I've been watching about how to write well, you should try to take one idea at a time and really go into it. And I thought, okay, well, let's argue against straight lines because that's just really fundamental and simple.
Yeah, so I said in terms of your essay format, this is one of your
I didn't
better
even want to
ones.
get into anything about like possible solutions. Like ChatGPT literally kept feeding me possible solutions, like all this alternate geometries and stuff. I'm like, no, I don't even want to put that in there. I just want to keep it to very simple. This is the problem. And I do have a solution, but I'm not going to go into it right now. But it does, this is only step one type thing towards the full, eventual solution.
Well, I say even there, like this essay is still problematic. It's better than your other ones, but like at least in terms of essay form, but it's still problematic. It's still isn't quite there to a proper essay yet.
No, I agree. But the idea is comprehensible as an idea.
Well, no, because it's still not really clear what your thesis is, and like in the sense of like the journey that you took your reader on, and like so just hypothetically, like I'm not sure I really went on a journey. Like the journey was that I used to think lines, straight lines were real, and now I realize that straight lines are not real.
No, I don't think so. It's more like maybe I hadn't thought about how straight lines work with math and physics because most people don't. And now maybe you thought about it a little more and why straight lines are just one geometry of many.
Yeah, so it's not really even an essay till you could clarify that. And even if just like a book report. So if you're like like straight lines where so if you're trying to do like a persuasive essay versus an informative essay, so it's even unclear because you have like the kind of the tone of a persuasive essay, but it was in between like an informative essay and a persuasive essay. It's even unclear, or maybe you have tonal problems where the tone of the essay switches from persuasive to informative, and then so it's unclear because if it was persuasive and it was clear like okay you're trying to persuade me of something, and either I'm convinced or I'm unconvinced, but I know that you the author was trying to persuade me of something, versus like informative where you're trying to inform me of something, and you like I feel informed, and maybe I was already informed but I still learned something because you informed me or clarified, but so that would be like your narrative voice if it's persuasive or informative, and if it's mixed or it's unclear or it's
Okay.
confused, it comes across in your writing that it's confused. Is it a persuasive
Okay.
essay or an informative essay?
Well, to me, it's both. And obviously, that doesn't work.
Well, it can be both, but it's saying like if you're trying to persuade me of something, like I should understand, like to
Well,
say
the
like
idea I'm trying to persuade you to be skeptical of straight lines as a fundamental concept in math and physics.
yes, I mean if it's a persuasive essay, it should be clear to like any reader who read your essay. It was a persuasive essay, and this is what she was trying to persuade me of.
And you're saying that's not clear.
Well, it's a little bit clear, but I'm saying it's still not there yet. Where I think like so like if it was like some essay that was assigned in a class, and like everyone in the class would be like, yeah, this was a persuasive essay, and she was trying to persuade me of that to be more skeptical of straight lines, and these were her arguments. Even in your introduction and conclusion, where it would be more clear that like that this is your thesis, you're trying to persuade
Well, in
me
the
of
third
this.
sentence, I said I would argue that straight lines should not be considered as fundamental entities and models of matter. I don't know how much more clear I can make it. That's why I'm like a little confused. It's like that is what I'm trying to do. And in order to persuade that perspective, there's some information that anyone's free to go and check anytime that has to be some background information for it. And you're saying it's not clear. Okay. Um,
Well, it's clearer than, but it's saying still could use some work. So I mean, it's probably one of the clearer things you've written yet, but I think it still lacks some clarity. And
okay.
maybe because maybe because like your thesis statement or your roadmap or the order that you put it or just the logical structure, there could be multiple reasons why it's still not quite there yet, or maybe you could reorder some of it or re-edit, and it would almost be there, or it could, even within one editing it could be there, but I mean, so good work, but still need a little bit more work, and maybe from there, once you get one clear essay, that see like what does it mean to have a clear essay, and then when you start writing another stuff, that you'll have a just a proper form, I guess, or these obvious statements. What type of essay is it, um, and is it clear to the reader your intentions, and did you achieve your intentions? So to say that
We're going to say something, or just sort of trailed off there.
okay, you have anything else?
Let's see here. Just have to switch which one am I. Yeah. So the model is motion, but it's substance independent, so it's dimension independent. But so that means that the dimensionality is incorporated in it. That's why you can't use straight lines, because straight lines, out of all the shapes that don't exist, because no shapes exist objectively, because objects don't exist, but some don't exist less than others. And then the ones that do relate to 3+1. And so you have different models that have a built-in 3+1 that are, I've heard the term intuition pumps before, but it's basically different models for matter. So you have 6 here, and then you can cycle through all 6 and decide which one makes the most sense for a given implementation and see like what exactly that means to implement a model. But basically, I have to describe these metaphors from start to finish, I think, if they're going to make sense. So I've got, that far. And so as you can see, there's no straight lines here. That doesn't exist at all. I don't know if you can see what's on the screen right now. Or whatever from the... Lambie says, my mind breaks trying to imagine 3D. Yeah, well, that's how it is. I sent you another image where it's huge... I think it's 2 pieces of paper stuck together for like a conceptual map. I don't know if you looked at that.
I couldn't read it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if it's big enough to fit on the screen or what, but basically, I was really happy with it because it went all the way from quantum mechanical stuff, which relates to math and logic, and then boundaries is fundamental. I think I realized that I want to just build everything up on the basis of boundaries as a material metaphysical primitive, kind of like atomism. Excuse me, a bit like atomism, but a specific kind of atomism. So I had that realization. I was happy about that.
Yeah, you probably have to type it up to. It's hard to read your, or is that cursive, or you just write it in script as opposed to cursive? I don't know. Maybe other people could read, or it could be. Um, yeah, I could make out most of the words, but it's just too hard to read.
So yeah, it's a conceptual map for all the different ideas because the non-straight lines thing, that's only one part of the mathematical physics system. There's other parts that I want to talk about, but basically, if I keep going on the basis of that, and then come back to that a little later, if I go in the direction of, explaining my system, I don't want you talking about a narrative voice because, in my opinion, I don't need a narrative voice to talk about a system of logic.
Um, well, I mean, you do because that's writing, because your writing's for other people.
I'm not sure what a mind map is, to be honest. Someone's asking in the chat if it's a mind map. Oh, I'm not sure. I did another awesome graph, so probably don't care about that. But yeah, notice there's no straight lines in this either. Kind of a pattern. Straight lines are actually a huge problem conceptually. So hopefully that point got made. Woohoo! And then I don't know if you saw, were you able to read my pseudocode for machine learning?
I can't read your like unless it's typed out. I can't really read your stuff. All right, man. If I
I think
really
it's
worked
pretty
with it,
legible. So what's your problem?
that's like I'm like because is that how learning works? Practical for something adapt on a UBM build UBM. It's too hard for me to read. As no offense, but you really got to type that up probably. That I mean, if I really look at it, I could, but it's tough to because I have to think each word to make it out, and some of them I can't even get. So you really got to type it up. I mean, you don't have to, but it's saying it's just too difficult for me to read if you don't type it up.
Well, I think you should, as a thought exercise, and anybody out there, like the proverbial you, not necessarily you if you don't want to, just anyone should deduce how machine learning works using matrix multiplication and see if you can do it. Just write it out and see how it works because it's a lot of fun. I went through the process and really enjoyed it. Ended up with, as you can see, 2 for loops. So 4, and then and inside there was a 4. So it was a lot of fun to go through it and see like how it works. And obviously, it's not the only machine learning algorithm you could ever make, but it's good to have
Yeah,
practice
so
with
they're
logic.
really just
Actual practice with logic takes you beyond just reading in terms of understanding, which is really limited.
they're essentially just iterative Bayesian algorithms.
Yeah, so if they're so easy, you should be able to derive it from scratch at a moment's notice. And it's really good practice. So that was my idea, was just basically like, why not give it a try?
Yeah,
And
good
these
for you.
are the different, types that I did because one was the pseudocode. The important thing really is going from pseudocode to like actual structured commands. You don't have to go on a full on code, just, if loop, for loop, that basic stuff. But just get the idea.
Yeah,
It's
I
funny
think
when
I don't know. He's still
practice
there.
whether
Moral
someone
outrage
understands
profit.
matrix multiplication.
Put in something about Python coding. I've taken some courses on Python, but I don't even own Python. But you could probably get like you could probably even have an online compiled Python, even if you don't have Python on your own computer, don't want to download or install it. you could upload your Python code and test it probably online.
Right. The point isn't to put code online. The point is to understand the algorithm. So by writing it out, you demonstrate to yourself that you understand the logic of the computer. So it's a good
Well,
exercise for that.
when it's in the logic of the algorithm, the computer just operates the algorithm.
Whatever. However you want to describe it exactly, it's the practice of actually writing it out yourself is really good. So yeah, how's your writing going?
I didn't do any writing this week. I still might. I think to plan to get back into writing. I'm not sure if it'll be this week because I'm doing more research. Because saying right as I say, writing's for other people, and I'm unclear who uh, who my writing's for. And every time like I want to write, I realize I need to do more research, and and then I feel like once I write, then I'm going to want to self promote my writing, and feel it's not good enough to self promote, so I just keep on doing more research. But maybe I'll be able to possibly this week, but it still might be another week or even a few weeks because the research always gets more and more. And I thought I'd do something on the scientific revolution. I'd originally thought I'd do like dualism and panpsychism, but now I think I might first do something on the scientific revolution, and I may also just put together an essay on the cognitive revolution, because I already have most of that stuff researched, and you just put something out. Hopefully this week, if I have the ability, I'll put something out on the cognitive revolution this week, and then maybe from there I'll even start working on the self essay that I did all the research for already. Or but I already started taking notes for my next essay, which I said it's probably going to be um, the scientific revolution and the nature of um, mind independent or mathematical Neoplatonism, or I'm not even sure what I'm to clarify these ideas, but I'm having a hard time writing because like I feel like I lost my narrative voice, and I couldn't even stream yesterday my Ask the Rabbi because I feel like I've lost my Jewish narrative voice also.
Okay. You want to talk
So
about that?
yeah, I'm not sure really what to say, but I feel like I lost my narrative voice. I don't know if talking about it's going to help me gain it.
Well, I never had one. So maybe you don't need one.
Um, well, it's just saying writings for other people, and so I don't like I don't know who I'm talking to or why I'm talking to people. So like if I'm just in like trying to make like notes, I could make notes. So like I made notes on my self stuff. So if I just want for myself, like self, but you're saying writings for other people,
Well,
and
I'd
I'm
be
not.
like, I'd be down to go through the notes on the show because I see the value in working out the technical writing stuff, like the ideas process.
Well, we already went over my notes on self. So like I'm making
I'm
notes
just
on.
saying your future notes as well.
Yes, I mean I made just a few notes today on Galileo and Descartes. So hopefully next week I'll have a whole bunch of notes on Galileo, Descartes, and the scientific revolution, formulation of modern science, and then also dualism and then panpsychism. So I could make notes and I could type those up. We could go over that. Um, but I said, like, yes,
And you
I
could
got to
write,
find.
part of my book, thereby guaranteeing it would suck less.
Yes, well, I got to find my narrative voice because I'm writing uh, is for other people, and so like I got to find my narrative voice. Like, who am I writing for, and why am I writing for them? And if I don't have that, it's basically impossible to write.
What about helping other people understand what I'm saying
Well, yeah, I mean, who are these other people, and like who and why?
to have a better understanding of physics?
Yeah, I mean, saying we're just talking like hypothetical people that may or may not exist versus like,
I guess I kind of feel like physics is obscure, and most people haven't thought about like, oh, what are the problems in physics and whatever. So I do want to present the problem, but maybe also present like there's no realistic reason anybody would be familiar with this problem because it's just not how we frame things.
I mean, I guess like, I didn't, God forbid, I didn't do an update on Andrew Tate this week. There wasn't that much to update, but they had that Vice report. But I think, okay, like for a period of time, he was the most famous person in the whole world. Like at least from like Google searches, saying his stuff was viewed like 11 billion times. And if you're thinking like, okay, he has a who and a why, and okay, maybe he's a bad guy and he did some bad things, but you at least like, okay, why is he so popular? Because he has a clear who and a clear why. And
Okay, doke.
and then like I was looking at like the I mentioned last week about Prince Harry and his ghostwriter, and I saw some more reviews, and Edward Dutton did a video like why is Prince Harry so low IQ, and like he estimated he thought Prince Harry probably is like
God
105,
forbid.
like a 105 IQ, and so the New York Times review was mentioning like Prince Harry like doesn't really read, and I guess he likes to watch like the Family Guy, but like the ghostwriter he was quoting like the classics. So I mean, it's obviously the ghostwriter who's quoting these things, not him, because like Prince Harry doesn't read and he doesn't know this stuff. But the ghostwriter who wrote the book for him, and so I mean, Harry has some sort of message that's unclear. Like, so if it's Harry wrote his book because he got, I don't know if he got like $100 million or the deal, but I mean, he got paid a lot of money, and he's one of the most famous people in the world, and people want to know what it's like to be royal. They want to know like inside information about the royal family. And even if he's not so bright that he couldn't write his own book, that if he could just find someone to ghostwrite, um, his book is like mass ordered. It sold, like a few million. It sold, not a few million. It sold, I think they said 400,000 copies in England the first week, and over a million copies in the USA the first week. And he got major interviews on basically all of the major um, media outlets, and to somewhat like he wants to get his version of events out there because he feels like he has been misportrayed or that he has been dealt with unfairly, and therefore he wanted to get his version of things out there, and he had to use a ghostwriter. But I said, okay, the who and why is still there because like he's one of the most famous families in the world, and there's a lot of perceived misinformation about him, and so he wanted to get his version of events, and he also wanted to cash in off of his fame. But the who and why is there, and just like if Andrew Tate, if he's a dissident and he wants to get out there an alternative vision, even if it's criminal, so to say, that and he wants that to promote and change the world, or he wants to just self-aggrandize himself so he could continue making more money and doing more womenizing, or whatever his reason is. But there's a like a clear narrative voice to Andrew Tate, and there's a clear who and why. And even if God forbid, if you're a hater of Andrew Tate, but if you're an Andrew Tate fan, there's a clear value proposition. like okay, like I want to get girls. Like I'm just an incel, God forbid. Like I don't have a girlfriend, and Andrew Tate, he's got all this money and all these girls. So maybe if I listen to him, I'll be able to become like him. And I don't. Prince Harry's not the same value proposition, but it's just like yeah, I mean he's the prince, he's the king's son. He's one of the most important people in the world, and he's offering like insider information about the royal family. I want to know that information. So if you're talking me, like I'm just a geek who likes studying things, and I don't mind sharing that information with other people. But really, like besides that, I have no value proposition. I'm just a geek who enjoys studying, and like okay, like I'm middle aged, and I haven't really done anything, accomplished anything. I mean, like I got medium accomplishments, like thank God. Um, like I have a house, I have a job, I have some family and connections, but I don't have any. I think I have accomplishments, and like I've studied a lot, I've thought a lot, I've researched a lot, I know a lot. But like no, I don't have like accomplishments where there's any compelling reason why anyone would be coming to learn from me, except for like, well, maybe he really knows something because I spent so much time studying this stuff. So then I have to create that narrative voice where like I'm not even sure myself. Do I really know something so compelling that I should write and share it? And like, why do I think that you should take me seriously? And so I'm losing my self confidence and my narrative voice. And like God forbid, like like COVID-19, I stopped going to synagogue, so I lost my Jewish narrative voice because Judaism is a communal religion,
Have you
and
gone back?
I haven't been to synagogue since like in like over a year now, and so I still studied a lot of Judaism. I still practice it. I've still went to good schools historically, but I've kind of like lost my narrative voice. Like I was going to do an Ask the Rabbi, and my Ask the Rabbis did reasonably, reasonably well. A few hundred views, like some view. It's still my most popular. Tour of my library is doing okay, but I think my Ask the Rabbis are still my most popular show. But yeah, I just didn't. I couldn't find my narrative voice the last 2 weeks. I couldn't stream because like like I gotta feel like a rabbi. Like to do an Ask the Rabbi, I gotta feel like a rabbi. And you say like rabbi to some extent. I mean, literally means like master, but like contemporarily it just means teacher. But just and but yeah, I got to find my narrative voice. Who am I speaking to, and why am I speaking to them? And I mentioned that in my Ask the Rabbi. Like generally, Judaism is taught by Jews for Jews, but my viewership's not really Jewish. So I have to think, well, what's my narrative voice if I'm talking about Judaism to non-Jews? Or yes, I've had a hard time finding the narrative voice, even just to stream. Um,
Wow, that's so weird.
so my tour of my library, I've got enough. Like I feel like okay, I'm doing like I've done the majority, so I think I'll be able to just finish and keep on going through. I'm gonna finish, and I even have it scheduled for the next month, another 4 or 5 shows to finish my library. So like like well, I don't know who cares about your tour of the library, and I say well I'm getting some views. Like a few all of them we got at least 100 views. Some of them, one of them even has more than 500 views. Majority have over 200 views. So it's good enough feedback. I keep on doing it. I feel like embarrassed that I'm just like putting out videos that no one's watching. Although the feedback is pretty minimal, but there's regular people in the chat that seem to enjoy my just seeing what books I read or my comments on the books. Um, so that's been I could answer like the who and the why. You're like okay, like I'm doing it because trying to organize my thoughts and move forward to accomplish something, and go over what I've researched and who I'm doing for, like the people who follow Doovid and they're interested in the books that I read, or for book recommendations. And I actually have like a chat and regular people that appear in my streams that give me a little bit of feedback, and like Oswald, or um, a few people that show up regularly in my chat that that make it a little conversational, where I feel like, okay, there's a who and a why, and even like it's a decent content where someone never heard of me, that they could be like, oh, that's interesting. Some guy, is just like like going over his library and just going over interesting books. Um, to move that into like a topic where there's not really much good stuff on the internet, like the stuff that I want to produce content in, um, even the Jewish stuff I'm producing content in, I've consumed enough content to know that there's really not that much good content out there on the subject. So I could feel like, well, the Who would be people like myself that want to know more about this, but there's not really any good material about this. And I could assume that because I seek out content like that and it doesn't exist, that there's probably other people that seek out content like that and would be happy that I produced it. But then at the same time, well, maybe not. Like, so just because there's no good content on the subject, what makes me think that my content's going to be good on the subject? So you say, well, I could try. But, so meantime, at least it keeps me doing research on it.
Have you narrowed down your domain of expertise yet?
Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
Because
like,
that helps me a lot.
I guess like probably the philosophy of science or the history of science. And I'm not even sure if that's expertise, or like you the philosophy, the theology, or I'm not even sure that I could do that. And so that's like, no, I don't have a narrative voice, and so I'm not sure the who and the why. So really, like, it's just because I want tangible accomplishments. And so they're, like, okay, I'm making streams because I want some form of tangible accomplishments, or like, I'm becoming an old man and I haven't accomplished anything. So yeah, I have a drive to accomplish something, therefore I'm doing it. And so that's not really a good narrative voice. And
Well, it might be in the future when there's a trend for, realness, if there is one, who knows.
no, that could be, it's a motivation and drive, but it's not um like a narrative voice. I mean, the narrative voice has to be love and interest in the subject. And I also have that. So I have a narrative of why I got involved in the subject, why it interested me, and why I worked so hard to research and understand it. And it wasn't, um the majority of the reason was not for tangible accomplishments. Means, and the reason maybe that I'm producing content on it is for tangible accomplishments, but really not even that. Like, I want to create a community of people interested in the subjects. Like, to I'm reaching out, to the internet at large. But I think I'm going to fail. Like, I think I'm reaching out and I'm failing. I'm not actually going to connect anybody. And so it's um
So you're
you
on
know
a quest and you think it's doomed to failure, so you're in some sense reevaluating,
I
perhaps?
don't even think I'm on a quest. I think I just find this stuff interesting and I study it, and like, I'm still streaming with you because you like talking about it. So, like, I'm still streaming with you just because I like these topics and like talking about it, even though like I'm not sure, like I don't think necessarily we're accomplishing anything, but because I like these topics, like, and you still like streaming with me, like we're still streaming. But like, if it turns like, are we actually accomplishing something? Well, I'm not sure. Like, I'd like to be accomplishing something. I'm not saying I mean, it's not your fault. I mean, you're trying, I'm
Well,
trying.
it's largely depending on how you define like your own personal criteria for success.
Well, let's say separate because, like, well, there is no criteria. It's just I just like these topics. I find them interesting.
So you don't need any more justification, in my view, because you already have a justification. I don't look for justification like that, I guess. I know
Yeah,
that's
I'm saying
probably
something that's
why I
not,
said it right.
it's intangible. Some like um the
It's not intangible. You just haven't explicitly asserted a desire for a particular thing.
well, some intangible. Let's say the um your personal expertise and the acceptance of my expertise. That would be. I mean, expertise is also somewhat intangible, but so something
Yeah, expecting
quantifiable.
acceptance of expertise. It's like, okay, what does that look like? Who already has that?
Yeah, what's that's somewhat intangible. Like a PhD is tangible. Um, Followers, book sales, quantifiable things like views, watch hours, super chats. Like I still have zero members on my channel. No one's joined as a member of my channel. I'm saying it's a waste of money. I don't know why you give $5 to be my member, but I still have zero members. Um, but that's something quantifiable. So I think view hours are quantifiable. I check those every day. Like, one of the first things I get up in the morning, I check my YouTube analytics and see the views. And sometimes I have comments, like I'll reply to comments, but most days I don't even have any comments. But, like I check almost in the morning every day. One of the first things when I get up is I check my YouTube analytics from the day before. Okay, that's quantifiable. That's
And
tangible. Um, but it's someone like no one that I know in real life actually cares about my research. My mother's retired. Like if I write a paper, she'll probably enjoy. She'll probably edit it for me. Um, but like even my mom and dad, they don't really care about this stuff. Um, it's unfortunate. Like no, I don't know anyone who cares about this stuff. It's unfortunate. So but I keep on studying it because I find it interesting. But yeah, it's tough. Like writings for other people, and I don't have the who and why. I don't know who I'm writing for, and I'm not exactly sure why someone out there would like read my writing. So it's tough to write. I mean, you seem to have more confidence that
well,
you
you
like.
don't. Yeah, yeah. I was just thinking about that. It's like you don't think anyone could benefit from your ideas. Yeah, I definitely do feel that people could benefit from my ideas.
Yeah, I'm not. I think. Well, put like I don't think people really care about the same subjects that much that I do, and if they did, they would probably turn to academic sources, or if they were religiously bent, they would probably want someone an authoritative, like like okay, I'm making ask the rabbis, but if you wanted, if you're interested in Judaism, you would probably want, not just some random, Doovid who's putting out videos on YouTube. You would want someone like some sort of authoritative Jewish position. And so the only people who tune into me are just kind of like, well, I just kind of want, I'm interested in these topics and want to know more about it. And I don't really want to get caught up in some organization or something like that. And so those are probably the people that would watch Doovid, would be, people that are kind of mirrors of me, that are just have an interest in the subject. Um, and probably the people who watch me are type people who watch a whole bunch of content. And the reason they watch me is because they watch a whole bunch of content, and I'm providing things that aren't aren't really there. And most people who watch me, like that's the one thing they're always mentioning is other content. So like the one thing I know from my Discord or the people who talk to me, like they're always like sharing with me other content. So most people who watch Doovid are probably watching a whole bunch of things. And so it's like I said, like I've done the market analysis and say like, yeah, there's not that much good material on dualism, on panpsychism, on even the even the philosophy of science. There's not much good material online. And like, I mean, you could get a university. The university programs are really small, so even across the nation, there's I don't know. There's only like there might even only be hundreds of people in universities studying these topics. Like they're not widely concerned. They're that widely interesting topics to most people. Even though, from a certain perspective, I think or argue that like at least I feel like they're almost like the single most important topic that exists. But just from judging content and the people who study these topics, it's pretty niche content, and um, it's a pretty small audience. But yeah, I'm definitely spending a lot of time doing the research. I started making notes just today, which is the first step towards writing. Me taking notes. So once I take notes, it's a lot of times I'm not far away from an essay. So I wouldn't be surprised if over the next, like, within 2 weeks, I'll have an essay. And we'll see. Hopefully next week I'll have my Ask the Rabbi. Like, I'll find my narrative voice to do that. Whatever reason, I just felt bad karma out there or something, or I didn't do it. But uh, the tour of my library, thank God that's going well. And like I have that out to the finish. So I think February 8th, like 4 more shows, and that's it. That's the end of my library. And so then maybe there, hopefully I'll be ready to like do writing, and after I finish the tour of my library, have some sort of continued weekly show. Um, but not sure yet. So, we'll see next week
What about
if
just AMA?
I don't think I have enough of an audience. Like I don't even usually get more than 10 viewers. So just not the demand. So I don't like I do my Ask the Rabbi, sometimes AMA. Um, but no, I don't think there's that many. God forbid. Like I have my Discord. Like um, even I mean, thank God my Discord keeps growing. I'm over 75 members, but I only get
Congratulations.
I only get asked a few questions a week, and most of them are kind of like trolling type questions. Like I only get asked a few questions, and the majority, God forbid, of people who ask me questions are usually counter Semites. So it's
Okay,
kind of
well,
disheartening.
in terms of like talking to people, most people want a social experience. You don't like that. That I see as a fundamental problem.
Well, I'm with me. I'm saying if they want something topical, they were like AMA, and yeah, I mean, because I also built kind of my audience by arguing with counter Semites, so like JF, Brundle, Luke Ford, Adam Green. The majority of my subs came from debating counter Semites, so it's not surprising that the type AMA type or people that ask me things tend to want to ask me counter Semitic questions. Um,
Okay. I can't tell if you're okay with that to continue or you want to change, so I don't know what to say.
well, it's tough. They do like ask the rabbi, but um, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll probably continue doing that. Like, I feel like that's just my bad karma. Like, no, I don't want to spend the rest of my life arguing with counter Semites, but I probably will spend the rest of my life arguing with counter Semites. And like I showed that ADL survey, like counter Semitism is increasing. So, no, I mean, I think it's one of my better skills. And I mean, just like think like Charles Moskowitz, like I'll assume that I'm going to spend the rest of my life arguing with counter Semites. I don't think there's any way, like there's no way I'm going to be a public, like, I mean, I don't know if you remember when we first talked, like, like Hammerov or something like that, and saying like, well, Hammerov talks in protective uh, seminars or settings where it's just going to be topical. But if Hammerov did an open forum, he would probably face counter-Semitism. Remember
Um,
we
I
discussed that
don't know
when.
about that. Like his, are you thinking at the Science of Consciousness conference?
No, he's not going to face counter-Semitism at a
No,
conference,
no. What are you saying
but
then?
in an open forum, he would face counter-Semitism. If Hammerov like opened up his own YouTube channel, I'm not sure if like um Wolfram faces counter-Semitism, or I mean he's pretty topical, or Eric. I mean, Eric Weinstein probably faces some counter-Semitism, or Brian Keating might face a tiny bit of counter-Semitism, but I don't think like Brian Keating. Uh, Lex Friedman faces quite a bit of counter-Semitism. But I said, like, no, I fully expect I'll be facing counter-Semitism, like to some extent the rest of my life. So that's not surprising that if I put myself out as a public personality, um, I'm definitely going to face counter-Semitism. Just like, okay, you're constantly, scared to do things because you're a woman. So it's saying
Uh
like
huh.
definitely like if you put yourself out there as a public personality, you will face sexism, and you will face sexism like for the rest of your life.
Yeah, maybe. I guess
But
it
I don't know.
depends if people are sexist. At the end of the day, like I choose not to focus on that, but I realize like
Well, I didn't say you'll
not
face it from
focusing on it
everybody.
is problematic because it's like I'm ignoring that people maybe are ignoring me because I'm a woman because I can't face the fact that that's a possibility. It's like okay, maybe it is a
Well, I say,
possibility.
well, I say if you put yourself out as a public personality, I'm not saying you're gonna like face it from everybody, but you'll constantly face it. And if there's an element of like if the ADL survey said like there's 20% of Americans now are counter-Semitic. So I mean that's a pretty high number. Like 1 out of 5 people in America are counter-Semitic. So it's reasonable as a public personality. Um, so in a university setting, like it's okay, Hammerov, like I don't think there's going to be there might like there's probably counter-Semitism even at the Science of Consciousness conference, but it's a professional setting, so like Hammerov's not going to have to face counter-Semitism, even though if 1 out of 5 people are counter-Semitic, presumably even at the Science of Consciousness conferences, there's some counter-Semitism, just like sexism, like I don't mean if there's numbers on it, but like if 1 out of 3, 1 out of 10 people are sexist, you're going to face sexism everywhere. But in a protective environment like university setting, professional setting, where it's not accepted, you're not going to have to publicly face it. See what I'm saying?
Sure. I don't
If you
see it like
if you
that, but
spoke
I
at the
I
Science of
understand your
Consciousness,
logic. I don't see it like that, but I understand your logic.
if you spoke at the Science of Consciousness conference, even there, let's say 1 out of 10,
Yeah.
1 out of 5 of the
And I
people would be
wouldn't be
sex.
fixated on that. I would be thinking of just giving the best presentation as possible as I could, or not assuming I'm giving a presentation, do the best job as possible to just pay attention. You know.
Yeah, I'm saying it's unlikely, to extremely unlikely, you would get sexist trolling.
Well, if anything, it would be like
There might be
unwanted
sexist in the
attention from men.
audience.
Well, it might be
There might be,
unwanted sexual attention would be the most likely thing.
yeah. So I compare it to counter-Semitism, where there's like 11 tropes or something in the certain levels, so that like it's unlikely you would face sexual harassment at the Science of Consciousness conference. But there might be levels that even at the Science of Consciousness conference, sexism would be present, but it would be unlikely you would face any trolling or harassment in a professional setting, even though it would still be present. And comparing that to counter-Semitism, like there would still be counter-Semitism present, but it's unlikely I would face any counter-Semitic trolling or um, direct counter-Semitism at a professional setting. But so just making that assessment in streaming, yes, I will be facing like I expect to deal with counter-Semitism, and like I probably deal with a higher amount of it due to how I grew my channel, and the fact that I talk about Judaism more, or that I'm even more free speech and like non-censorship and various things that um but that also goes into like the who and the why. So like, okay, am I streaming to argue with counter Semites? Am I the audience I'm attracting that, like, so now I'll be arguing with counter Semites? Or saying, when originally I studied Judaism, like I had expected that I would be teaching Judaism to Jews, not that I would be arguing with counter Semites. That what wasn't my, when I went to Israel or studied, that might have been partially my motivation. That, like, but no, man, my general motivation or path that I originally saw would be I would be teaching Judaism to Jews. But it's a different narrative voice. The who and why is different. So I guess, so could, well, there could be who and I that I'm arguing with counter Semites, but it's a different who and why. And saying like, like if you feel like what you would like to be teaching eager students, but instead you're majority arguing with detractors. So it's a different who and why.
Hmm.
So if you're saying your who and why was, your who was eager students and your why was to teach them your wisdom, as opposed to your who is detractors and your why is to defend yourself from detractors, or whatever. But it's a different narrative between teaching eager students and defending from detractors.
Unless you see the detractors as future possible students.
Well, it's possible, but it's saying that, like, I mean, even said like the science of consciousness conference, you're saying like, well, I mean, you go there and you say, well, obviously you would just be defending yourself against detractors.
Not necessarily.
So like, why would you even want to go there? You're just going to go there you're going to go all the way to Italy to defend yourself against detractors.
Uh, I don't think that was ever actually my plan because I would have to be presenting something to have detractors, and I wasn't thinking I was going to be presenting anything. So that's
Well,
all fine.
well, yeah, I mean, obviously the deadline to present something's already over. So I mean, if you went there, you would be going there to listen to other people presenting.
Yeah, like last time. That was really good. Like,
Or
I found that useful, and frankly, if I like listen in remotely again this time, I'm going to be interested in like how much has changed from one year to the next because that's really what I'm tracking is the inter-year development of various theories and you know technologies and whatnot. So yeah, it's meaningful. Um, yeah,
I
in
watched
terms
that
of the,
Mr. Beast, Lex Friedman. Did you watch that?
I think I did actually.
So obviously Mr. Beast is the most
Yeah, I did
popular.
when I was cleaning my windows the other day. That's right.
So obviously he's the most popular streamer in the world, and Mr. Beast was talking like, like, well, who's your audience? And Lex was like, I have no idea. I don't know who I'm talking to. And where they said, I mean, Mr. Beast was a little bit. I mean, he understood streaming better. I mean, and like, I mean, he's obviously has a bigger audience and he's more popular for a reason. And he understood the dynamics. And even like, Lex was kind of perplexed by his own out of its nest, like where he's like, I have no idea my own audience. Like I don't know who watches me or why they watch me. It could just be um, as where Mr. Beast was much more clear in the his presentation and the value proposition, and for his viewership, and focusing on continually increasing the value proposition to his viewership.
Yeah, he came off as pretty stunned, is what he was saying at what the Mr. Beast guy was saying. So
Um,
he like couldn't really answer.
yeah, I mean, you just say like Mr. Beast is likable and Lex Friedman's not really likable. So
See, the
just
thing
like,
is, I find Lex Friedman likable, so I don't know what your likability like. To me, it looks like a teddy bear. I don't want to say he has a certain likability. Am I the only one who feels that? Well, what's the problem?
yeah, I don't even think most of the people who watch Lex Friedman find him likable.
Are you serious? Compared to who? He's way less annoying than someone like Ben Shapiro.
Well, I mean, he's kind of like I mean, because Ben Shapiro's political, but I mean, it's like Lex Friedman. It's like you said, it's about the content. He finds these ideas and people curious, and he does interviews and talks about topics that people find interesting. But Lex Friedman himself is not interesting. It's the topic that's interesting.
It's people he has on, and then the questions he asks the people he has on, because he doesn't always ask people the same questions.
Yes, I'm saying it's
Like in terms of
educational.
likability, I put him basically with Joe Rogan, which is like, how do you get more likable than that? I'm talking about aggregate likability.
Well, I'm Joe Rogan's much more likable than Lex Friedman. I'm saying he's much more
According to
per-
who?
personality. Joe Rogan's more about him. There's also other interviews. I mean, I don't watch. I'm more topical. I want to be educated, informed, and I don't really learn much from Joe Rogan. And even when he has a guest on, like like Joe Rogan's like too uneducated to. It's almost not worth watching the guest try to explain things to Joe Rogan.
Because he's clueless.
Oh, he's cool. He's just uneducated.
Oh, okay.
He's not well read. He's not well researched. I'm saying Lex Friedman is an academic. Like he reads, he studies things. Joe Rogan's not academic. He doesn't read. He doesn't study. He just talks to people. So and I'd say Joe Rogan's dumb. I mean, he's probably smart. He's just not educated. Like he doesn't spend his spare time reading and studying.
I see. Yeah. Can you figure Lex Friedman does?
Yeah, I would assume Lex Friedman probably spends all of his spare time reading and studying.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think he even says it himself, but it's saying like, Lex Friedman. Yeah, I would say that's probably like Doovid. He probably spends all his spare time reading and studying.
Wow. I think there's background noise on your end.
Mhm.
Some sort of
Could
a
be my heater, but I don't think that'd be
strange noise.
the what?
It sounds like a washing machine or something.
Well, my fan just came on, but my heater, but I'm not sure how loud that'd be.
Ah. So what about directions for next week? What are we thinking? You have any goals for? Just sort of sounds like you don't have a topic for an essay yet.
Well, no, I mean I have a topic. I told you three topics. So I mean I and I've been researching them. I've even just got like 30, 40 books on them. I've been pounding through like a book or two a day. And I even started taking notes. So it's possible said that I thought I was going to do dualism and then panpsychism and maybe monism. But then while I was looking into the dualism, I thought I would maybe preface the dualism with scientific mathematical dualism before moving into spiritual dualism because I think that's
You mean
uh,
Cartesian dualism?
well, well, because Descartes is also kind of like the founder of modern science, also. But yeah, so I want to differentiate um, scientific, the rise of science from its dualistic origins before I talk about dualism. So I want to do that separately because a lot of it will be the same names, and then to understand, like, even, I think, like, your constant confusion on these same issues of like the Neoplatonism and forms and ideas, because there's two aspects to dualism in terms of the mind body dualism, but also material, that the mind includes the realm of ideas and forms in the sense of mathematics and geometry dualism, like we were talking about today. So I want to clarify that first in terms of I think that order will make more sense. um, and I think it's, to some sense, it's easier to understand dualism in relation to science and ideas than spirituality. um, and so, like, I mean, the essay on science is not, it'll include a little bit on dualism, but just the nature of the rise of mathematical empiricism in science. And maybe it's too esoteric, like even you have a hard time getting this. And
Well, maybe we just need to talk it out and it'll become clarified
I mean,
through the
I could see why.
conversation.
I mean, it's even like people really just aren't educated.
It
And
takes time to get used to talking about this stuff because it's so abstract, and yeah, people don't have practice, and
I
it
don't think
takes
it's
practice.
abstract. I think it's that, because if you read the classics, you would know. So like, people are uneducated, and they're like violently uneducated. So, so if you just said, like, well, no, I never read Plato, I never read Galileo, I never read Descartes, I never read Leibniz, um, I never plan on doing it. I don't care what they said, versus some sort of like, like, I'm smart, I know what they said, when, like, really you don't, because you didn't read them. And so then there, if you try to frame it like there's a value proposition where it matters, if I'm forming an argument, like, like all these terminology, or the dualistic um, predecessors to of Western philosophy, that if you're educated, you'll be familiar with it. If you're uneducated, you're not going to be familiar, and you might even be violently opposed to it. And so if I'm forming like just a book report before my argument, so I think at this point, I just want to put the book report out there before I forward my argument, because I think at this point, people don't even, not even, they don't even realize it. The bent so much is that they violently reject um, this conceptual dualism, and then even the problem of the grounding and origins of logic, or higher rules
Have
in
you been reading
general.
about that?
What's the main thing I'm reading about right now? So I was looking at dualism in general, and then so I started reading on Galileo and Descartes, because Descartes, really starts with Galileo, the separation of the creation of material science.
Okay, so the idea is material science has a logic and logic has a ground. Is that it? Kind of?
Not, I mean, because you have this perception of logic, and you're uneducated, and so it's saying like that, that's not if I'm making an argument versus a book report, I'm just giving a book report that logic was conceived as a non-material, that material science didn't even exist till 500 years ago. And and Galileo was a dualist. He wasn't even a materialist. But material science and material science starts with Descartes. And Descartes is like Cartesian dualism. But it's saying before Descartes, there was really no concept of material science, and the reason we have material science is because of Cartesian dualism, where Descartes separated material science from spirituality. But prior to Descartes, almost all thinkers were, I would say the majority were dualists, but they were all some form of spiritualists. And
Sure.
so there was no concept of material science. It was all some form of qualitative spiritual systems. And the conceptual, so if you're uneducated, one thing so if you're like JF, you just like, well, I don't care. They were wrong. Why do I care what these ancients thought? They were wrong.
Um,
Um, and then, well, you think that say, well, that it's like T Jump and Sohm was trying to explain metaphysics because your concepts are not metaphysically consistent. You don't have a metaphysics. And saying, I don't even know what metaphysics is. I don't even care. And I mean, it's kind of depressing because you think like the concept is like people just don't care. They want to listen to like Andrew Tate or something like that. Like no one wants to
well,
listen to Doooovid.
metaphysical stuff has been pretty much theological for quite a while, so there's that. We're at a very atheistic point in history, and then that problem. There isn't really a shared definition of metaphysics. That's another problem.
Yeah, I mean
So
they
that
I don't. I mean they have courses. You could probably